everyone, I'm Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson, coming to you live for day number 2 of round 1 of the FIDE World Cup here from beautiful Goa in India. I am joined once again by Grandmaster Yevgeny Miroshnichenko.
Oh, you've butchered it finally.
Yevgeny. And today it's already go time, Yevgeny. Some people will go home.
Yep, it's second day of Jan fighting the chair. And some people will, leave.
I will fall, but not leave.
You won't leave, and some people might not fall, but will have to leave after today's game. Yeah, that's a sad part of this format that, people have to go home. And there was this silly joke that at the closing ceremony you have 2 people and one of them visibly unhappy. Right, okay, in our case it will be a bit more because we will have the match for the 3rd place, but that's far, far away for now.
Yeah. Good news is we've seen some people arrive because the big stars, they will join the action the day after tomorrow, but many of them are here. I've seen Anish Giri, I've seen Vincent Keimer, Vidit, many more. But if you're looking for where's Gukesh, he's not playing yet. He will be joining us in 2 days when, in round number 2, the top 50 seats join the action. For now, before we get to today's second classical game, let's look at the highlights of yesterday's games. See what happened there. Those are some impressions from the playing hall, which is very nice, right around the corner from here. And the action will start again in a couple minutes. Do we have big drama? We didn't have giant upsets on the top boards, did we?
No, we didn't. I think board 12 was the first board where an underdog got in a draw.
Right.
That's pretty much it. There have been some cases of lower-rated players beating the higher-rated players. That was all the way down the list, so where they were evenly matched. So no big upsets as of today, yesterday.
No, the format, of course, it stays the same today. People play another classical game just with colors reversed. But since the strongest player plays the weakest player, you get the tougher fights somewhere in the middle where we see a lot of Grandmaster clashes. But on the top boards, it's often a 2,650 player facing a 1900 till 2200 player, so it's going to be hard for too many surprises. But we've seen some great games yesterday, like the one on board 2. Here we see the system. It's a bit confusing for round 1 because it's 206 players total, the top 50 joining later, but we have 78 games in this first round, and then once the top 50 join, all of a sudden we will magically have 128 players in round 2, then 64 in round 3, 32 in round 4. You get the idea. But since I added this extra round, it looks very confusing, at least to me, in the first round.
Yeah, I remember us trying to do math, like how many people join and like how
I still don't know what 128 minus 50 is, but I will trust you on it.
Yeah, so basically from round 2 it all becomes very standard, single elimination, power of 2, so you divide by 2 each round. Yeah, so what are the games? Like usually we will stick to the top boards of the round, whatever they are. So this time it's the top 12 boards, and I think we have come around Divia's game and possibly some other games if they prove to be interesting.
Yeah, the thing is here, normally the top 12 boards is where the action is, but there we have the bigger rating differences. However, I was very happy with the camera situation yesterday because we can pretty much get anywhere and also have a look into the playing hall. So we'll go wherever we find excitement. Also, today's topic is the prodigies, the youngest players in the tournament. The second youngest, if I recall, was on board too, who played a game that was very, very hard fought yesterday against Jeffery Xiong. So we'll talk about the youngest participants because some of them, unfortunately, will not be with us here for much, much longer.
Right.
Let me check the time. 6 minutes to 3. Players should be arriving, shouldn't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is the moment where we can magically move to the playing hall and have a live segment with Charlize.
Let's see what Charlize can tell us.
We are back live in the playing hall for round 1, game 2. And today is a pretty exciting day as none other than Vishy Anand is here to make the first move on the board of Yagiz Kaan Erdogmus. Was I supposed to keep speaking?
Yeah, playing hall is slowly filling up. There we see Pavel Tregubov, a strong grandmaster in his own right, but not playing here as far as I know. The rules are strict, as we've mentioned. If you're 1 minute late, it's a $500 fine. If you're 15 minutes late,
you lose the game. But keep $500.
That is true. There we see.
Right, and you might have recognized this gentleman who's about to make a first
move. It's Erdogmus.
Yeah.
Vishy Anand, is 7-time world champion correct? I'm always confused. 5-time classical champion, because we're counting Mexico, 2-time rapid, I believe.
Yeah, I think 7th. Multitude of titles for Vishy Anand, of course, and now he's FIDE deputy president.
Yeah, his most prestigious title yet. And he's ready to make a move for the 14-year-old 2600 player, 2650 to 2600 is almost an insult, who's on the top board here, not for much longer, because in round number 2, even bigger guns will join the action. But for now, all eyes are on Yagiz Erdogmus, who is not the youngest player in the event, but we'll talk about this later, might be the biggest talent in the field, depending how you rank it. We have Faustino Oro, we have Zemiansky, we have Woodward, we have Erdogmus, but historically, he's, I think, the strongest or highest rated 14-year-old ever.
Yeah, that's true, and it's a bit strange, like, because we used to talk like how now it's easier to get the rating and so on and so on, but then people figured out that in fact deflation is happening for the last few years, so that's even like it's a very cool achievement, of course, to be 2650 at 14 years of age.
I thought I was just getting older and weaker, but it's just all deflation.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Here we see the pairings. Erdogmus made short work of his opponent yesterday and has the white pieces today. So I don't want to spoil it for you guys, but he's gonna pass without a tiebreak. Yiheng on board too. That's one. Was a much closer fight. Another prodigy, 13-year-old from Hong Kong, who gave Jeffery Xiong a run for his money, but still a tall order to come back with the white pieces. Basically, everywhere where you see a 0, that 0 also comes with a 400 till 600 point rating difference. So I don't know what the odds are, but they are very close to 0 for any of these guys.
That is really hard. But if we are looking at, say, boards 20 plus, this should be much more realistic for the guys to at least to have a shot at coming back.
Hang on, I'm getting some instructions. We're not supposed to tell the audience that it's all boring because everybody's going to lose and it's going to be 2-0. Okay, got it. But no, in the middle of the table, we've had some upsets, but the upsets were like 25-20 beating 25-60. There we will see a lot of comebacks and also probably quite a few tie breaks, no?
Yeah, there should be. Like from the previous experience, I remember that roughly 1/3 of all the matches goes to tie break, but this one is it's a little bit different. It's preliminary round, so it could be less.
Yeah.
But still, tomorrow, Jan, we will have to meet in the studio. There are inevitably going to be some tie breaks.
No, that's for sure. It's 78 games and many close encounters down the stretch.
Are we bullish about Daniel Barish today?
He played a great game yesterday with the black pieces and he's white today. Raunak is, of course, the stronger player, very experienced despite his young age. So Barish, obviously a big underdog, but stranger things than, let's say, making a draw with white and making it to the tiebreak have happened. We should explain, it says round 1, but today is game 2. Round 1 means they play game 1 classical chess, then game 2 with colors reverse classical chess. If the score is 1-1, then it goes to tiebreak, which is tomorrow, where rapid chess and maybe blitz chess will be played to find a winner. It looks like we're finally ready. Erdogmus and Anand with a bitter fight behind the scenes if e4 or d4 should be played. But it looks like Anand said, "Kid, this might be your pieces, but I'm 7-time world champion. It's d4."
Is it d4 or is it c4?
Maybe c4.
That's... Yeah, it is 1c4.
That's extravagant. The English opening. Yagiz, who said he was taking his opponent, even though it's a big rating edge, very, very seriously, was for 2 weeks in a training camp. Not sure it was exclusively
for round 1.
For round 1, but he's certainly putting in the hours. What's going on there? They're making moves for both sides now?
Yeah.
Is that even allowed?
e5.
I've never seen this. I've seen the first move for white being made.
And then, and then the other celebrity comes in and makes second move and the third move and so on and so on.
It's riskier.
And you're starting, from 10 moves position, and then you can play your own game.
The good thing is after c4, e5, you can't hang too much, even if you try.
Well,
I think b4
how
is the
bad
worst
is
you can do.
f4? How bad is
b4 or
f4?
f4, yeah, those aren't great.
Yeah, f4 pawn takes knight f3, though. It doesn't look like white is completely lost.
No. Well,
yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing how solid white's position is in English opening.
But I want to see what happens now. So they shook hands. Are they taking the moves back and playing something else? Yeah. Pieces are back. There we see the head arbiter making sure everything's in order. And he plays d4 now.
How dare you?
Why all the drama? Why have Anand play c4, then go d4?
Yeah, how dare you take back the move from the 7-time world champion?
Yeah, kids these days.
Kids these days, precisely. In all seriousness, though, we probably don't expect much drama in this game. Well,
no. Yesterday, Abugenda was very surprised by e4, e6. One d4 should not take him by surprise yet. And he quickly plays knight f6. Jeffery Xiong is saying, I might be leading 1-0, and I know you're a good player, but I will still be playing the Sicilian. I won't try to make a draw.
So we were Petrov of...
Petrov.
Yep. Right.
Jeffery is a big specialist in e4, e5 as well. But it looks like he's saying, I want all the rating I can get. I will play for a win with the black pieces.
Yeah.
Which is a topic we talked about a bit yesterday. Do people prioritize just moving on, winning 1.5, or
like collecting
2-0?
Yeah, that's always a question, and I believe like at some point you're gonna have to be energy efficient, and then just like if it's a draw, it's a draw, and you're fine with that. But From what I can recall, Topalov once. It wasn't the World Cup, it was the last World Championship in this format, I think, in Libya, when Topalov had like some crazy score, 8.5 out of 10 games or something.
Match.
Yeah, he won like a lot of matches 2-0.
Yeah, I think it depends where you draw the rating line. Once it's 200 points or something, people will be fine with the 1.5. But on the top boards here, with bit differences so big, they will all go for the 2-0.
Yeah, so
let's jump into the action on the boards. And we start on board number 2, because that was a close one. Yesterday, the one we just saw, Jeffery Xiong against the second youngest opponent.
Yes.
Second youngest participant, Yiheng.
So they've played the knight of H3 was answered with E5.
So the theme tournament, they had the same position yesterday with colors reversed, no?
I think so.
H3, E5, knight D2, H5, G3. That's what they played yesterday.
Yeah.
Come on, guys, there are so many chess openings.
And the knight went to E2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did he? I thought, yeah, he did play knight E2 as well.
Yeah, it was H5, G3.
So H5, G3.
Jeffery also looks confused. Did not expect his opponent to copy it. And there he goes. He plays H5 himself. Wow. I mean,
Yeah, that's quite a bit of an intrigue.
these guys might be amazing players, but guys, watching one Anish Giri course on the Najdorf doesn't mean you master chess. There are other openings. Play something else.
Okay, so finally,
Novelty,
the youngster,
G5.
the youngster deviates with Bishop G5, which is
Also one of the main moves.
It's hardly a novelty, and the first game in the database that I have is, of course, Vichy himself
Okay.
against Topalov in 2015, and yeah, a couple of games from Vichy Anand. And
Yeah, I was checking this line once, because Bishop G5 looked so tempting to just take and put a knight on D5, but the computer, as usual, was not all that impressed. Can't recall details, I think. So Bishop E6, takes.
you take with the queen, yeah, and knight D5, you just
back.
drop the queen back.
Somehow this wasn't so much. It looks very aesthetically pleasing for white, but with the bishops, like, put a bishop here, put a knight here.
Yeah,
Compy was saying.
somehow
Don't care.
quite solid for. Yeah, the funniest move in this position is knight G1, for what I remember, from instead of bishop G5, right?
Yeah.
There was this knight G1, B5, knight F3, something like that. And then after, was it B4? No, not B4 here, bishop B7, knight G5, B4, bishop C4. There was this trick.
Natural chess, just move your knight 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 times in the first 10 moves, and then see what happens.
Right.
All right, bishop G5, bishop E7 is on the board. Jeffery, is he staring down his opponent? Nice. Checking empty space, but clearly Yiheng playing quickly, confidently, knows his theory. Not the easiest matchup. We will keep an eye on it. And let's keep clicking through our list of games. Maxim, Rodshtein on board 3, also won yesterday. And this is the type of position that's typically very hard for the lower rated player with the black pieces, some subtleties and some pretty is D4 coming, C4 coming. But once again, Oskar Kin seems to know what he's doing. Maybe he's following Gukesh, who I think it was Gukesh who played this with knight to E7 against Ding. Maxim wondering where to take it. But in general, people, of course, it doesn't go for everybody, but often around 2000, 2100, they will have an opening against E4, probably against D4, but once you start going for knight F3, G3, C4 stuff,
Yeah, right.
no one has the time to study all that, so it's often...
And it's so flexible as well, like white postpones the decision how he wants the center to look like.
So Maxim Rodshtein, very experienced grandmaster, knows what he's doing here, but he's taking a moment. Gotta appreciate the tie, making very sure he doesn't violate the dress code.
Right.
Okay, board number 4. Vladislav, Artemiev, Heskiel, Nagi. I'm gonna bungle the name again. Ndahangwapo. There we see.
It's always confusing to me how to name this thing because, like,
No. German.
E6, knight
this is
C6.
Paulsen.
Paulsen.
But in English, is this Taimanov?
I think, yeah. Honestly, for me, it was all Paulsen. We were not distinguishing, like, okay, now it's the Kaan Sicilian and then Taimanov Sicilian and this and that. And it can be anything. I mean, you can go D6 later and say I'm playing Scheveningen.
Well, the 4 knights can be Sveshnikov, anything. I was always taught A6 is Kaan. Knight C6 we called Paulsen. And if a knight goes to E7 at any point, then we call it Taimanov. But I don't think that's the official ruling. I think in English, people just refer to this as the Taimanov for now.
No. It's interesting that the knight on E7 is Taimanov, because I thought Taimanov himself was actually putting the knight on F6.
Knight E7 is only nowadays. The computer just says 150 whenever you go knight G7, so it didn't really stick. But that's how it used to be. So knight C3, now black is a broad choice. Knight F6, queen C7, A6, championed by Wróblewski. I'm not sure which way Artemiev will go. But yeah, queen C7.
Queen to C7, yeah. It's a lot of games in the database, of course.
I played this all my youth until I got wiser and learned you can just go E4, E5 and equalize.
Yeah, E5 is such a cool move. Yeah.
In all this, but of course, Artemiev, he enjoys his Sicilians, Caro-Cans, and Sicilian probably the weapon of choice. Also going for the 2-0. These are professional chess players. They wanna keep their rating, or at least not do any damage to it in this first round. White is thinking here. Bishop E2, Bishop E3, G3.
Yeah,
DB5.
there's so many moves.
Bishop E2.
You have your G3s, whatever. It's a lot of moves. Even Queen D3 is a
Nowadays, Queen
is a
D3
move.
in any position is always acceptable choice. All right.
Let's move on to Mickey Adams.
Yeah.
On board.
He wasn't on this list of youngest participants that I got.
No, he wasn't.
He will be on any most accomplished participants list.
Right, through that. And the Rui Lopez, when you said you can go E5 and equalize, you probably didn't mean this particular line, because A6, D6, even though playable, it doesn't have such a good reputation.
No, I never liked it. I know people are doing it to this, what's called? Accelerated Steinitz?
Yeah. Well,
knows
Morphy-Steinitz. Strangely, in Russian, it would be called Morphy-Steinitz variation, Morphy-Steinitz defense. But Morphy played it with like all the nasty ideas of Bishop G4, H3, H5, all this, all this activities. So Knight F6 is like very standard, and then Knight F6, G6, you probably cannot really do it. D4, Bishop G4, D5, and I think it's just like much better for white already.
G6 here looks strange, no? Like Bishop E7, Bishop D7, something like that. But G6 here doesn't feel like...
You just don't have the time for this, it seems. Because after D4, I imagine you couldn't take, because E5.
Yeah, I would assume Adams, he played Bishop takes C6, because he doesn't want to deal with thinking about B5, Bishop B3, and now whatever move here, Bishop G4.
Knight takes, I think, is also playable, right? Knight takes, pawn takes, and you are not supposed to take on D4 with the queen here.
No, this is a typical trick.
Yeah.
e5 or c3. I'm sure there's something good, but Mickey Adams, practical as ever, says, okay, I'm not going to bother. I'll take on c6 and I'll play d4, which also seems to lead to a pleasant position.
Yeah, so bishop g4, d takes, and this is it. You cannot recapture because you lose a pawn. So he has to capture on f3, d5, and now white is like better in many ways and possibly much better if you play the most precise sequence. Right.
Also, it's just sad, no? You're long-term worse, you're short-term worse, you don't have any activity, anything to show for your damage structure. Yeah. And Mickey can just put the pieces on good squares and target these pawns. No, that didn't go well.
No, it didn't.
I don't like the opening shame, okay, I do, but he played the Spanish. That's not a surprise. How can you be in such trouble after 6 moves?
Yeah, g6 is, I guess, just not the move.
Yeah. All right. Opening shaming over. Yeah, this just looks terrible. I don't even know. Which move is best? Bishop g5, knight d2, queen c3. Be very direct.
Yeah, but basically if you just like develop the bishop, go knight d2, c4, rook a2, d1, and something should fall.
Yeah.
Or knight a3,
yeah. Knight somewhere.
Nice, yeah.
Okay, that escalated quickly. Let's check back in with friend of the show, Nils Grandelius. Nils, as we know, very organized. I've seen him at breakfast at 9 a.m. And then he said, I'll see you at the gym later. So I come to the gym and I remember, because I was there yesterday, and you have to write down your arrival time. You have to write your name and arrival time. And I remember yesterday it said 11:00 Nils Grandelius. So I come there today. Guess what I read in the list when I put my name there. 11:00 Nils Grandelius. Every minute of his life is accounted for. 9:30 is breakfast. 11:00 it's gym time. 1 is lunch. 1:30 is nap time. 2:47 is departure time for the game.
2:53 arrival time.
2:53 arrival. 3:14 have a sip of water. And
yeah, win the game by 6 o'clock. I think that's the rest.
Because you need dinner and then bedtime at 9.
Yeah, sure.
He's playing, what is this? A sort of London system. But black has not played d5, so it's a bit more flexible how the pawns will be arranged.
Yeah, it's tricky that sometimes they go knight to d5, f5 things, right?
Yeah. Trying to keep some fluidity. Typically, d5 would be a mistake here for black, because then white's play becomes very easy. Like all these London people love to play. For knight on e5, bishop d3, queen e2, rook e1, built an attack.
Basically, they would know next 20 moves they're making.
Yeah. Played 8,000 bullet games, pre-moving all these moves. But if you don't go d5, life is not so easy for them. Black can go bishop a6, eliminating the bishop. Put the bishop here, the plan you mentioned, knight d5, f5. So Nils is trying to keep it weird, to cash in on his rating and daily schedule advantage.
Daily schedule advantage for sure. Right, so I'm browsing through the lower boards to see if we have something super exciting. Not sure for now.
Just keep clicking here. Oh, there we see Divia Deshmukh's opponent, Kourkoulos-Arditis, sitting next to Rasmus Svane, representing Germany. So let's have a look at Divia's game, the only female participant, the winner of the Women's World Cup earlier this year. She's in a tough spot. She lost yesterday. She has to win now with the black pieces to stay in the tournament, or this will be
the last game.
the last game played by a female in a chess World Cup today. Etienne Bacro winning again.
Wow.
He's making it look so easy. Show
Flawless
up, play
performance.
E4, collect the point.
Yeah.
I want to learn how to do this.
Right, so I don't think any of the players who didn't show up yesterday have arrived.
No.
Or
Frederick Svane's
Frederick Svane's opponent, yeah,
here,
true.
At least we can see.
True.
Because there we were told that he arrived at the airport 2:30 yesterday, couldn't make it.
Yeah, the game.
He should be playing today.
The game is played. Yeah, pardon me.
Oh, and he even has white. Maybe this was all a cunning scheme. We'll get back to the Divia game in a second, just checking here. Orlando Husbands has made it with some delay and has to defeat Frederick Svane on demand to force a tiebreak. Back to...
Do we know anything about this line? Other than like last time I checked, it was maybe 40 years ago when I was a kid.
Checked it a bit more recently. Can't say I'm a big expert. I don't do this with black. I go whatever I do. E5, knight, E4. But this is also supposed to be equal like anything. Knight goes back to E4 or to E6. You can also play, but knight E4 is the main move. And now I think they play bishop E3, castles, knight D2. And then you either take and go bishop b6, f5, or if you clicked a bit, you can play a move like f6 and probably also make a draw, but that's...
But that involves some clicking.
Yeah. It gets a bit complicated. I have a feeling Frederick will get the job done against Orlando Husbands, but he's making faces. Such a strong player, but he always seems so demoralized over the board. The weight of each move getting to him. Knight attack, does it go to E4, E6?
Yeah, but his opponent is blitzing out the moves, so like shows at least. Yeah, I might be late for game 1, but I'm certainly prepared for game 2.
Maybe he wasn't late. Maybe he thought, I'm black, this is a tough game anyway, I'll keep studying the Scottish Gambit.
That was the chair situation. Yeah, believe it or not, guys, but my co-commentator is actually quite tall.
For now, but in a minute I'll be going down again.
Yeah, so we've promised to talk about the youngsters and then completely abandoned the topic. So
he's sort of young. Frederick Svane is like 21. Does that qualify as a youngster?
No, not in our list. Not in our list. Speaking of youngsters, public service announcement that there is a poll under our YouTube video there where you can vote. Who will? Yeah, okay. Let me. I didn't bother to check, so I have to do it now. Who will achieve the most in the chess career? Quite a bold prediction, though.
Also
you
a broad
don't know.
question.
Yeah, a very broad question. Yeah. So it's young. The youngsters are Erdogmus, Faustino Oro, Andy Woodward, or Ivan Zemlyansky.
Those are the only choices.
Okay, yeah. So the youngest is Faustino Oro, the highest rated of the youngsters, as we said, Erdogmus. Andy Woodward, 26.05.
Yeah, he had a great Grand Swiss tournament where he was very, very impressive. So Andy Woodward passed 2600. But I was checking this. There's a site or a list called Prodigy Watch, but done by Chess by the Numbers, that says historically how impressive the rating is and where it ranks you in history compared to this age group. And it turns out that Faustino Oro is the highest rated 12-year-old, however old he is.
Yeah.
Ever at this point. So he's number 1 in the Prodigy Watch list with 2495. And Erdogmus was number 2 on that list historically I don't think a higher-rated 14-year-old, maybe he's aging out of it, has been there.
Yeah.
But 2.651 at age 14, that's even crazier than Oro's rating, to me.
Right. Yeah, like somehow this 26 still has, you know, some magical value to me. I think, yeah, like you cross 26, that maybe because I've done it once. I feel like, yeah, now you proved you can play chess.
My best rating ever was 2.652. My feeling is I don't think Erdogmus will ever get there.
No.
2.651 is nice, but 2.652, that's kitty game is down the street. Then we see Faustino Oro, the Argentinian
Messi of
prodigy.
chess.
Yeah. He's checking the score sheet.
He played. I think he made a draw yesterday, right, against Ante Brkic.
Yeah.
So today,
And he's checking everybody's score sheet. Now he's checking Rasmus Svane's score sheet.
Yeah.
In the Chess Olympiad, we played a match, Germany against Argentina. I was the German coach. And for that day, Argentina decided to make Faustino the Argentinian coach. So they had this, I think at the time, 11-year-old as my rival coach who had to stare down, sitting on our chairs. And he was much more interested in the games than me. He would always walk up to his players. He had a bag of peanuts he would eat while he was leaning over the shoulder of the players like he's doing here. So he's very interested, not just in his own game, but also in everybody else's. And what a chess player he is at this incredibly young age. So checking the score sheets, he doesn't even look at the positions. He's saying,
photographic
I don't need a
memory,
chessboard.
I guess.
I'll just take a scan of your score sheet. As for his position against Ante Brkic, this is a main line. Whatever we want to call it, Scheveningen, Paulsen, Taimanov structure. You mentioned earlier, Queen D3 in any position nowadays is endorsed by the computer. Such a weird move to classical.
Yeah, classical. Like you say, that what? Yeah, this is a type of move you'd be questioned, like in Botvinnik school. Do you really belong to this class? Yeah,
and I'm winning, but
moving the queen unnecessarily.
No,
right,
sir, you are actually lost. So Faustino, the young generation, I don't think they have big regrets about. Sorry about all this chair action. It's gonna get old, but I gotta keep doing. I don't think they have big concerns about playing the first computer move, even if it might look strange to old people. And Queen D3, of course, sort of a flexible move, like you can castle.
No longer looks
way.
that strange. Yeah.
After knight d4, bishop d4, the queen can come to g3.
So black's reaction: bishop d7, f4, e5.
Yeah, that's Ante Brkic, of course. Also extremely well prepared, I would even guess. He's played this position before. Knows what he's doing here as well.
So now knight takes c6 is recommended. I'm not sure
Knight f5
what
is
else.
probably slow, in combination with queen
Knight
d3.
f5, yeah, they take and they can go d5.
d5 is coming, this we don't want.
They can go d5. All right, but it's jolly to see some Sicilians, because imagine you have 78 games to commentate and all of them are Berlins mixed with Petrovs.
My hunch is round 1 is your best bet for a lot of Sicilians with the rating differences.
That's true.
Because many grandmasters, they have sort of this policy. Okay, if I play against somebody 2500 or 2550 or higher, it's going to be e4, e5. But if it's 2200, let's play a little Sicilian. So it's still the weapon of choice when playing for a win with the black pieces. I'm not saying that's why Brkic is doing. I think this is just what he does, but you will often see it. People playing for a win with black. So Faustino, current reigning champion in the Prodigy Watch, but it could change during this tournament, especially if Erdogmus goes deep. For Oro, of course, already overcoming Ante Brkic, where he's an 80-point rating underdog, would be great achievement.
So he captured on c6, pawn takes, and he was about to make a move, and I'm not sure. Yeah, the castle's short, I guess. Because long castle with the b file being open doesn't strike me as the most natural choice.
No.
Nah.
Short castles does look normal, unless he's very concerned about, I don't know, knight g4, but I guess that's not a big deal. Could play h3.
Yeah, h3 is a possible move.
You're thinking?
Was bc6 a bit of a surprise? No, everybody was. Yeah,
Yeah,
there were a few games in this position. bc6 is.
It might look strange because you could argue, but white can take here now, and then black has all these weak pawns. But they're covering good squares now, I guess. This is just very fine for black.
Yeah, the knight on c3 in this case is not a very happy piece.
So, Fausti, make a move. Or a bit of an online legend at age, whatever he is, 12.
Yeah, it's like one of the achievements on his list is beating Magnus Carlsen in bullet.
Yeah.
Winning a game, and that's not a lot of people who can brag about.
You can also play with the very best players. I've lost many. A Title Tuesday game to him is normally like 3,200 on chess.com. He's just very, very good. Very, very fast. Quite tricky, as you would expect. A super strong kid to be.
Tricky.
Come on, Fausti, make a move. Wow, he's staring down his opponent. Come on, castles is not gonna be that devastating a blow.
Right.
Birkic looks a bit anxious, very experienced, extremely solid grandmaster, but he's anticipating.
Yeah, Birkic is known for years for being like expert in his lines. I remember like trying to prepare against him maybe 10 years ago or even more than that.
It's hard to touch. He knows his stuff.
Yeah.
Super solid, well-rounded. And castle has happened.
Short and we'll see. See, not quite sure what black is supposed to play right now, but I imagine eventually you take on f4 in such positions.
Would be my instinct. I don't know about the timing if here after bishop take, because I would like to go knight g4, knight e5, which probably you're not in time for, right? Rook d1, no d6 is hanging. Compy says takes and bishop g4 as a way to equalize.
Bishop g4. And then somewhat counterintuitively exchanging the light square bishops, right? So that you would think that's black's kind of quote-unquote good bishop. Yeah, but what do we know?
Great game, blah, blah. I guess d5 he will make work or whatever. Now, that's the problem. All this old blah, blah, good bishop, bad bishop. So hard when computer just said. But this is zero,
what,
zero.
But there is
you say whatever you want.
Yeah, I very often get this. That I mean, especially with the younger students, and you try to explain, like, in this position, you have to spend 5 moves to get your knight to the better square, and so on. And then you turn the engine on, and it's all nonsense.
No, sometimes, often the old blah blah still applies, except for here this works. But sometimes also. I would have told people not too long ago, if you play black as a fianchetto and you play h4, h5, your idea is h takes g6 and checkmate on the h file now, but now computers have told us your idea is to go h6, so the opponent's king has less space, which will be
complicated. Yeah, will be actually it's like will be revealed. The idea will be revealed in 50 moves, right? In some endgame,
can't get out or some 97 checkmate threat in 50 moves. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we've covered Fausti. Erdogmus is on board 1, next on our prodigy watch list, but I think his opponent so outmatched that we don't need to focus too much on that game unless we have some drama. So maybe let's switch to Andy Woodward.
Let's see what he's doing. Andy Woodward, he's on. His first game, he has won his first game, right?
Yeah.
So he needs a draw with black and at least a draw. Yeah, at least a draw.
He already won the theory battle. This was one of these omnipresent Italians with bishop to g5. And I can't exactly put my finger where white went wrong, but a5 here does not really seem in the spirit. You need to keep some dynamics in the position, being able to go b5. With a5, you're basically saying, you get a free hand. On the king side, Mr. Woodward. It's directly trouble, no? Like g4 is threatened, knight g3, queen f2.
Queen f6 was just played. Yeah, wait, but how do you not fall apart? I mean, it's like h2, h3 is not my favorite move in this type of positions.
You can never castle. I don't know, queen e2 maybe. But
yeah, well, maybe you have bishop h4 as an answer to g4, but still, where the knight's going.
Yeah, also not after queen e2, right? Or do I?
Yeah. Yeah, if you go queen e2, then...
I was going to say, no, there's gf, but maybe there's not. But even just moving the queen away and then...
Yeah, like if you have to go to knight g1, yeah, you're not enjoying it.
No, a5 was a very strange move. Like, you have to go b5 here, kick this horsey away. You really can't. After you committed to putting the bishop here, close the queen side and tell black, do your thing.
And indeed, b5 was played in this position. Previously, one of the games that I see is Vichy Anand against Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah. Andy, not surprised. Goes queen to f6. This already looks pretty bad for Himal Hussein. I don't know what you do. Maybe you have to play h3. It's a bit sad.
Yeah. So after h3, black probably doesn't take on g3, but just just move the c6 knight to g6.
Yeah, I was drawing some arrows to e6 or g6, probably g6. This.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, you bring the knight, you go bishop d7, and then. Like you just start pushing on the king side.
Yeah,
you don't
once
have
the
to
other knight is here, knight f4 will be so unpleasant. You can't really castle because then you'll be checkmated. And how do you even keep it together? No, this was a bit of a not an opening debacle, but something went wrong early on for Andy Woodward's opponent. And this looks
somehow it's such a tricky line, such a tricky position to play all this bishop g5, h4, g3 stuff.
One of the toughest to understand, I think. Most people spend countless hours because so many people play e4, e5, and the Italian is everywhere. And to keep it spicy, people with white also start looking at bishop g5. But there's so many options. The positions are so hard to understand strategically. So yeah, it's a very, very rich text, but not one that I understand particularly well. Woodward seems to, however. How old was Andy Woodward? We've had the DOBs there earlier.
I think 15. He's 15, so he's one of the older prodigies.
Yeah.
Imagine being rated 26 plus at the age of 15 and not be considered the main talent in the world, like the kids these days, right?
When I was 15, I was German, this is a big brag, German champion under 16. And I thought of myself as, you know, a chess talent, but I think I was 2100. I think I would get my first rating, which was like 2185 at 15.
Yeah.
Nowadays, you would be laughed out of any tournament if you say, I'm a chess talent, I'm 2100 with 15.
Right. I've got my first rating 22 something, but the reason for that is there was no rating below 22.
You could not physically,
physically get less than 2200.
And somehow I got this very proud 2185 rating. That's not Andy Woodward. You can't fool us. So yeah, as for the position, he's much better already. I don't see anything great for white. This a5 was a big, big strategic mistake because he also Often you want to go d4 with white to open the position, and you really need b5.
Yeah, you need to be able to go b5 in the right moment, and possibly right moment was on the previous move instead of a5.
So continuing our kids tour, where is Ivan Zemlyansky? I'm mispronouncing that? How it's
no, it's very, very good, I think. Ivan Zemlyansky faces Pansulaya.
Pansulaya is such an interesting case. He's a very strong grandmaster, very good understanding. He keeps playing the same lines, which are really hated by the computer, like this line. And if you play against him, you will also know this will happen. He will play knight f6, c5, g6.
Oh wait, and he just goes rook e8 and takes on e3.
And he's played this many times. The computer says like 0-8 here for white, so people always jump on this. But normally, he doesn't lose these positions. It's still a very interesting, somewhat limited, but also somewhat cool repertoire that he plays.
So he does it constantly, you mean?
Yeah, no, like, I kind of know, because we played against Georgia recently, and we were white on Pansulaya's board, so I had a quick look at what he does, and yeah, he has plenty of games.
Yeah, so Morozevich has played this sacrifice a few times, and yeah.
No, the sacrifice is cool, of course, I'm sure. It features in some old textbooks. You give the exchange, and you take the dynamism out of white's position.
Funny enough, in the database, after rook e3, f3, you have a game of Tigran Petrosian, but it's a wrong Tigran Petrosian, not the world champion Tigran Petrosian. Yeah.
That. Looks very Petrosian-esque, though.
Yeah.
So in a way it shows chess culture, but in these modern, cruel times, it's also, it's a tough stance to keep playing the same 0-8 position.
Yeah, true that.
What does the computer know?
The sacrifice on e3, like one of the kind of cool and praised games was Ulf Andersson sacrificing against Kasparov.
Yep.
Right, and then you check with modern engine, and it's you just laugh. Yeah.
What can you do? Still, this position is not easy to play at all, and I'm not sure I would, even if it was announced by Pansulaya, that I would want to go here, because typically, okay, you put your pieces. Computer says you're much better, but at some point, it won't be so easy to get anything done. And of course, he's an expert as he's playing this every game. Still, white doesn't exchange up. Normally, taking on e3 is not something you're worried about with white, because that just frees your rooks.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, rook e7, or knight e2, queen a4. So it's not a big concern.
Yeah,
Black's position.
Like eventually he's very happy to say trade a pair of knights and establish the knight on e5. And
he could do that, but it's not so easy, right?
Yeah,
you can't go knight g4, knight e5. And if he goes knight e5 directly, normally you end up on the wrong track with this knight. Like, I don't know, rook f3, queen a4.
Yeah, so
the
you
computer hates it for a reason.
Computer hates it for a reason, yeah.
My best guess is that Zemlyansky does have access to a computer, 15-year-old, born in 2010, I believe. The youngest Russian grandmaster in history. Finished, let me check this sheet here. Second in the under-13 category of the Chess Kid Youth Championship. That's his claim to fame. I'm not that impressed with that achievement. Won the Asian Individual Blitz Championships, scoring 8 out of 9. That's more impressive, ahead of more than 30 grandmasters. Third place in Dubai Open, 6.5 out of 9, defeating Nihal. Okay, both of those are better than the under-13 in the Chess Kid Youth Championship. Second in the under-13. So no, but he's a 15-year-old who's also rocking an almost 2600 rating.
Yeah, that is perhaps the most impressive achievement. Let's see if I can do the same thing.
I'm not doing it on purpose, I promise. In general, I'm always slightly uncomfortable with this prodigy talk, like who will have the best career, who will be world champion. I never liked it that much. In Germany, of course, we had it with some of the recent talents like Vincent as well. And I would think, okay, these guys are good, they're enjoying chess, they're improving. Like, does it help them to say, okay, he has a chance to be whatever, world champion, top 10, top 8, top 17
it also
player.
gets very distracting, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're like keep hearing this stuff about yourself, and then you feel extra pressure that, yeah.
Also, all these comparisons, like it's normal, of course, chess is sports and so on, but if he's stuck at, I don't know, 2-7-20, what's wrong with him? Wasn't he as talented as we thought? So, of course, it's fun to talk about, and I like these historical comparisons. But in general, if kids are obviously strong, motivated, improving, I'm not sure it helps them to say, is he the next Carlsen? Is he the next whatever? Messi. But it's also sort of a chess specialty that the talents can actually play with the world's best players, right? In, I don't know, tennis, you don't have
any physical sport. Yeah, you're 14-year-old talent. You're not getting to play. It's like the big guys yet.
We have some guys like this. Lamine Yamal was pretty good at 16, 17, but not to the extent that any world-class player has to pay attention when he's playing 11-year-old Faustino Oro.
Right. So, anything else? Maybe let's revisit some games that we've touched upon. And
I can keep scrolling through my youngster list here, but we've covered the big names.
And what happens to Edis Gurel? Is he expelled from youngster list
I don't know,
for being
17.
too old?
At what point do you kick them out of the club?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, okay, I do have a suggestion for an exciting game, and this would be Gabriel Sargissian playing 2 knights defense.
He is not a youngster. He beat me in 2004 when none of these people were born. Oh, I know this. This is actually
the Firuja line or whatever you.
No. I'll take credit because I have an opening chessable course called Gustafsson's Aggressive E4 Repertoire, where I recommended this very line and this very position.
White?
Yeah, for white. Ali Reza played it. Bit after that. And no, this is one of these lines where you're trying to set the board on fire
very early.
Very early. And this is sort of, to chess experts, a well-known position, even at the highest level nowadays. Bishop d3 or bishop e2 are the main moves here. Bishop e2. This was the old Fischer favorite. He played this a couple times.
Yeah.
But computers are not in love with it. So the modern line was bishop to d3 here. The idea being after h6 you go knight e4, and theory is some stuff like this. But I always had a soft spot for queen f3. First of all, because it's the stupidest looking move, like let's bring the queen out and use this pin. Secondly, I always thought, especially for amateur players, almost everybody's instinct here is to defend the c6 pawn. It's
like
quite
they go
bad.
bishop d7,
like they go bishop b7, bishop d7, queen c7.
Right.
Then white is serious.
And then you have a fantastic position with
then
bishop
you go
d3
bishop d3
and so on.
And you claim all the squares. So queen f3, every move is good for black, frankly, like rook b8.
Rook b8, bishop e7, I think is playable. Right?
cb5, h6, but it forces black into the dirt. And if you didn't repeat this before the game, normally people aren't very happy to.
Yeah, so cb5, queen takes rook, queen c7, queen f3, and I think this one is still following.
Yeah, this is
Firuja's
what Ali Reza's game against Yakuboyev was as well.
Yakuboyev, yeah. Knight to c6.
Yeah, this is the main line. Both sides did clicking.
Yeah. So knight e2 is still, everything's.
This is all standard to my course viewers. The interesting point is after knight e2, you have a choice between queen e3 and queen d3. And I think Ali Reza
went queen e3, right?
Ali Reza played queen e3, but my course gives queen d3 because I'm primitive and I wanted to take this pawn with check.
And you do after knight f4, right?
Knight f4 is the best move. And what black has to know here, and of course Sargissian, who's played e4 or e5 all his life, knows this. But I thought if people are faced with this over the board, playing queen b7 here, allowing queen takes f7 check is not such an easy thing to do.
Yeah, it's true. You see queen c4 is a double attack, basically. Yeah, like your queen is hanging, also f7 is hanging, so you're kind of forced to trade the queens or like, produce bishop c6.
But nothing works. But queen b7, this is the quote-unquote 0-0 line. White can't actually take, because now after king d8, there are too many problems.
Too many threats. Knight to d3, some h6s and so on.
Take, and...
queen a6 is a nice touch, yeah.
There's trouble. So we were bluffing, but we admit that play f3, and white is still a pawn, or 2 pawns and an exchange up. So the action continues.
So now bishop takes knight.
Takes, castles, I think.
Yeah, black castles,
white castles. Supposed to castle. Now black had to find this bishop b5, queen b3, and queen a6. Or queen a6 is not forced anymore, but then white had to be humble, return some material, and in the end, I remember because I did this stupid course, but in the end, it would come down to something like this.
And queen takes knight, and bishop c4, and...
I don't know. You claim rough equality, or whatever you want to claim. But white still have an extra pawn, so I could say, in the course. If they reach this on move 27, we're still a pawn up. Yeah, modern chess, but of course Sargissian all his life, like many Armenians. Big e4, e5 specialists, Levan Aronian comes to mind. These guys, they were playing the Marshall Gambit, and fashion has shifted a bit, so it's more Italian nowadays. But Gabriel probably won't be surprised.
Yeah, so like even before the popularity of Berlin defense, I think this Armenian team, and specifically Sargissian and Aronian, they were giving headache to all the Spanish players with their Marshall.
Yeah.
So people said we are to blame them for the popularity of the Italian.
I think so.
I think, you just feel like Marshall at some point, you're just looking at you're against the wall.
Oh yeah, I was a big Marshall guy. And Leko as well. Those were the golden days when you could still analyze these sharp Marshall positions. Nowadays, it's all Italians or Spanish with d3. Times have changed. But yeah, this line is fun, and I'm glad to see Lianash testing Sargissian here. Did Sargissian win yesterday? I guess so, yeah, if he's going for this.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. So he needs...
So a draw would allow him to advance.
Needs not to lose this one, which he probably has all the chances to do. Like if he remembers well.
Yeah. Still, it's not a bad line for an underdog, because it's not so much about chess understanding, it's about memory and then finding your way through this complete chaos. So I'm a big fan. I hope I will get all the credit, especially if he wins. If he loses, I will say, okay, but you didn't make the computer move on move 37. It's not my fault.
Right. Anything exciting anywhere else?
Let's see.
I don't know.
Ivanchuk. What's he doing? He's worse with white already?
Wait. He was better with black very fast, yeah, but Ivanchuk, is he worse with white?
Maybe I'm exaggerating. I just see the computer gives -0.5.
Yeah, that's quite a bit. I gotta say it's quite a bit. So what was it? It was
funny line.
What is bishop d2 move? Is it the move
bishop
here?
d2 is fine. This is what we call the Notebomb, where the main line is e3, b5, bishop d2, and the old main line is a5. There are also other moves. Some nonsense like this.
Takes b3, bishop b7, pawn takes b4. These are such complicated positions.
Yeah, this is a mess. Ivanchuk likes to go his own way. Bishop d2, I've also played this
a5
a couple times. Is not a bad move. Neither is a5.
And then
But
somewhat
after
weird
A5
rook b1.
I was
This-
always playing queen b1 here, trying to feel extra smart. The point is after bishop c3, you go b takes c3, and then you prepare e4.
And
And
yeah,
you wanna
your queen on
recapture the
b1
pawn?
is actually quite nice.
I'm not sure if it's a good move, but 20 years ago I felt so deep when I would play queen b1.
All of a
I was
sudden,
very
right.
pleased. Not sure if it's very good.
So rook b1, c5.
Same idea, he's trying to stop b5, right? That's his point, because now b5 you can take.
And take with the pawn and take
BC.
on b5, yeah.
But c5 looks sensible.
c5, yeah, d5, knight to d7, and e3.
3 is a little
A bit
meek,
too modest,
is it not? Yeah. Oh, no, knight e4.
Bit too modest.
Okay, plays e3.
f6, bishop check now.
Check also looks...
Should b7, castles, queen e2. So now,
You think it's in the back of his head that a draw is enough to advance and he wants to
yeah, that's
keep it solid?
that's a good question, because, like, if he wanted to, I mean, he could. Then now he could exchange on d5, play some Carlsbad, and it's very hard,
Yeah.
you know. So I don't think he comes to the game with the intention, okay, let's make a draw with white. But,
No.
yeah.
Well, once you run into some unexpected line, even though bishop d2, rook b1 is not really playing for a draw. Apologies about this chair action, and it's only going to take a week or two. We'll get a different chair.
So now after queen e2, if black simply takes on b5, that's what computer says, and you take with the queen, I guess, and queen
Assume so.
d3. And computer finds it quite unpleasant for white.
Understandably.
Understandably,
Sometimes these
right.
positions, which are symmetrical, but especially with the knight on c3, sometimes misplaced, can be very, very unpleasant all of a sudden, which is very
Yeah, but
deceptive. But
how-
we don't need to explain this to Ivanchuk, who's played this all his life.
How bad is it in reality? Like, if you switch to limit the damage mode, so you take d3, you go fd1, you go bishop e1, and then just like try to say, okay, I'm worse, but can I have a draw?
Probably.
Maybe.
You'll get there, but I understand.
No,
it's,
yeah, not
it's
pleasant,
fun.
not pleasant, yeah.
All right.
Okay, so we are coming closer and closer to the end of the first hour, so maybe let's revisit like board 1, board 2, just to see if anything big has happened.
Yes. Is he winning the theory battle? Oh, no, they're both spending a lot of time, actually.
Yeah.
This is an old line. Knight c6, not the main move, but playable. Like e5. Well, c5 also exists, but knight c6 is alright. d5.
Knight
Knight
a5.
Yeah, it's always a big decision which knight you place on c3. I think in this version, knight bc3 is good.
Knight
Now black is thinking,
b3.
should play c6. You need to open some lines on the queen side to justify your knight on the rim. If you allow white to go, I don't know, queen c2, b3, bishop somewhere, you'll be in trouble.
Yeah,
So
right.
he has to
So
open
c6 has to be played, and even then, somehow it's probably not the best Kronfeld that
No.
you have. Yeah.
It's not the greatest line in the world, but he needs to win with black against a much stronger opponent.
Ah, right. True that.
okay,
So
yeah.
he has to imbalance the situation somehow.
Yes, doesn't look too troubled just yet.
Nah.
And on board number 2, we have our second youngest opponent, participant, Yiheng, against the very experienced Jeffery Xiong, where, yeah, we sort of got this nature of play we were describing earlier. And once again, this looks like a very proper Grandmaster game, theory debate, both sides playing logical moves. No, this kid is for real.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So it's like this rating doesn't do any justice. Like I mean,
No.
you would not be.
If you add 300 points, it still doesn't do justice.
Yeah,
but I mean, this time will tell quite quickly, probably.
Right.
I also look scary. I'd be very afraid to play. Like not imposing scary, but you can tell this is a smart kid.
If you're an experienced chess player, you know that you have to fear these guys.
No, be afraid. Be very afraid.
You have to fear these guys. Yeah.
No, if you play your opens and you approach your board, let's say you didn't check first rounds, and you're really, really hoping it's the 50-year-old American or European you're playing, and not that kid. They're sitting next to each other.
Precisely. Right, so c2, c3. Jeffery takes the bishop, a, b3.
AB3 is probably good, yeah, like activating the rook and keeping the queen where it is.
Right.
He does it instantly. It's just good.
And I guess if you let white have like b4 and say rook a5, it's quite annoying.
I'm always confused. I always think white looks so nice here, but these bishops and Compy never cares. But I guess you want to stop b4. Play a5.
Yeah, I guess like you go a5 and.
Although you could wait and then I don't know, go a5 now.
And start trading stuff. Yeah.
No, by at least.
No, that's a grandmaster game. I mean, you can easily imagine Gatakamsky would be playing the white side of it.
Anybody. Anand.
Yeah. Vichy has done this like bishop g5 stuff in various versions of the Knight of.
So we focus on the youngsters and on the top boards. The tough battles in this first round will be on the lower boards where we have players very close in strength, around 25-50, I think is the break-even points where guys face each other. So there we will have a lot of 1-1s, potential tie breaks, a lot of drama today. But you only get one chance to watch all these 12, 13-year-olds in action. Or maybe not. Some might advance.
Yeah, some might advance.
Some might not. A5 played by Jeffery Xiong. Very focused.
Yeah. There is one match that I suggest at some point we have to check. Remember Diego Flores blundering a piece yesterday?
I do recall that. Queen to d6.
Yeah, so he's on board 71, facing Denis Makhnev. And
hanging the rook this time on a1? What's going on? No, he's fine. b3, bishop to e6, bishop to b2. I actually like his position.
Yeah, that's one of those like pleasant retis, I believe.
More pawns in the center. I don't really like.
And then, like, eventually you do go d4, or even if you don't, like, you can play it with d3 and
d3, e4, play d4 down the stretch. This looks nice. I'm sure Denis Makhnev has a plan here. No, go a4 and create some counterplay. But long term, I always believe in these 2 pawns versus 1. You often also, even great players like Arjun Erigaisi, you see, ending up in trouble in these lines with black quite often. All right. It's 6 p.m. What do we do? Check. Is Catty coming in? Are we just abandoning the studio? Okay. No Catty yet. Then we will look for some caffeine instead. Go on a brief break. I will adjust the chair for the 17th time. And we will be back with all the action from day 2 of round number 1 of the FIDE World Cup here in beautiful Goa. See you soon.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout, where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, Every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
Goa, an adventure paradise like none other. From lush forests to rugged hills, from pristine ocean beach stretches to stunning lakes, there is something to explore in every corner of the state. And some adventures are wilder than others. Watch postcards from Goa on National Geographic.
The most prestigious tournament in chess has come to India, the home of chess.
अरे यार देगी अरे क्यों चालियो घोड़ो
चेस खेल ये हमारा है आओ दुनिया वालों ये वेलकम तुम्हारा है अपना गेम भारी है हैंडशेक की बारी है अब इंडिया बोलेगा It's your move It's your move गोवा कर रहा है वेट It's your move Come, don't be late. It's your move. ए तो तू एक और
चतुरंग के सारे रंग सदियों से हैं अपने संग शतरंज बिछता है हर आंगन विश्व को दिया हमने विश्वनाथन
डंका बजा है गोवा सजा है खेल जमेगा खूब It's your move हो न जाए चेकमेट It's your move चेक में भी होगा जस्ट It's your move गोवा कर रहा है वेट It's your move Come don't be late It's your move इसको कर दो It's your move एक दो ढाई It's your move It's your move It's your move It's your move It's your move
The FIDE World Cup 2025, starting from 31st October to 27th November in Goa, India.
It's your move.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it. I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
the woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
In December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Move by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again. This time, in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.
Welcome back, everybody, to day number 2 of round 1 of the FIDE World Cup 2025. Miro, this is confusing stuff. It's day 2 of round 1. What does that mean? What time control are we playing? Why do we call it like that? What is the format?
Yeah, it is confusing indeed, because like in chess we use that round
one,
it's happening
round two,
on this
round
day,
three.
right? So round one consists of 2 classical games, and when we say classical, once again we have to specify here it's 1 hour 30 for 40 moves plus 30 minutes after that, with 30 seconds increment after each move.
So in practice, that means today the games will last. Of course, they could end earlier, but
yeah.
around 5.5 hours.
5.5 hours, right.
The maximum.
So these are our 2 classical days, yesterday and today. And then in case somebody dares to play 1-1, they will have to go to day 3 of round 1, which will be the tiebreak day. And the tiebreak consists of 2 rapid games, I believe.
In general, yeah, it's the same like it is here. You play matches, and if the score is 1-1, then you play another match, but this time with less time. So they start
time
with
controls, yeah.
15 minutes plus 10 seconds per move. Then if it's 1-1, 10 minutes plus 10 seconds per move.
Then you go
Still 1-1,
5 plus 3,
5 plus
and then
3.
you go 3 plus 2, and
2.
eventually
At
you
some
go
point.
Armageddon.
We go Armageddon, but we're not there yet. Armageddon means decisive game where White has to win, and Black can bid on how little time he's willing to accept in exchange for draw odds. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Tomorrow, most likely. As for today, still the classical portion. Of course, the classical format has become a little faster over the years. The very old days, we used to play 2 hours for 40 moves, or it used to even be 2.5 hours for 50 moves, something like that.
Yeah.
Then you would have an hour for another 20 moves. Then you would get another
very
hour.
long time controls,
Then
yeah.
at some point, you would have an adjourned game, so you would go home to your local chess club, ask whatever grandmaster you can find. Mind having a look at my position for my adjourned game? I have to really win this game in the Hamburg Under-12 Championships. And then you would meet again in a couple of days and finish the game.
Yeah, that was... Have you had any adjourned games, really?
I've had like 3 or 4 when I was around 11 or 12, but somewhere around then, this must have been, showing my age, 1990, 1991, they got rid of them. So not many, but I've had a few.
Yeah, I also had like a couple of... I think in like maybe 3 in my entire life, even though I played in some tournament but never got into adjourn a game. I would either win or lose very quickly.
Of course, nowadays, not only because everything's getting faster, but also with computers being so good, adjourned games
it's pointless.
It became a bit pointless. But whatever, you read these old books or you watch the Queen's Gambit, it's always cool stories, like having these teams of analysts working through the night and then oh, they figured out Botvinnik's game was actually a draw, and that poor guy had to analyze all night to come to that conclusion. So, part of that intrigue is gone, but the new format still offers plenty of different excitement. And frankly, it's not very viewer-friendly to have one session last 8 hours, and then a couple of days later, now we go back to the game they played there. I don't know. In cricket, there's still a very slow formats, right? Not that I'm a big expert, but
we have one big expert and one commentator.
Sat next to Svidler enough to.
Yeah.
Still watching the
it was
test
always
match.
It was always confusing, like when you play for 3 days and then you basically agree a draw because it was not enough play time.
Right.
So that is
running out of batsmen. There we see Vladislav Artemiev and Nils Grandelius diligently writing down the move. He's a bit sleepy. He doesn't have time for his customary coffee break, which normally is at 5 p.m. So this is a rough one for Nils. I'm not sure. Have you checked the playing hall? Do players? There's probably a different room where they can get water and snacks.
Yeah,
and
there
coffee,
should be.
right?
There should be. But yeah,
it doesn't look like Nils is fully caffeinated. It's not his move. Let's have a look at his position.
Yeah, it's quite solid. So basically, all that you've mentioned, this bishop a6 move. I mean, it was important moment, I guess, to go bishop a6 on move 8. That's what he has done, right? And Then after the light square bishops exchanged, it's much less trouble, it feels like.
Yeah, looks reasonably solid. Not that white has any troubles either. This knight on d3 is always nice in any of these structures. But since black hasn't played d5, it's not as efficient yet. Dominating the board there. And something's troubling Nils. What's going on there? Artemiev also having a laugh.
Yeah, so something...
We missed some drama.
It could be just a noise, some random noise in the playing hall, you know.
They're looking up.
And, yeah, they're looking up, so...
Don't look up. Grandelius deeply focused. We've mentioned yesterday, he mentioned in the interview, that his opponent came up to him after the game. First of all, his opponent lost and he was still very pleased with the experience. And his opponent told him after the game that he was a big fan of Nils's courses. And they actually discussed Nils' course in their game.
So, does Nils have a course on the London? That's a big question.
Maybe as a course against d4 that covers all this stuff as well, but I do not know. Should watch more Nils Grandelius courses, but where's the time? Yeah, as for the position, it's, I would guess, equal. I'm not sure about h3. This is a question that I've always struggled with. Like, you want to make a luft for your king eventually. And when do you play g3? When do you play h3? My instinct here would be, as black has a dark squared bishop,
so to go g3.
No?
Yeah, to go g3, even though it looks like it weakens the diagonal, but there's nothing going on this long diagonal.
It's not a big deal, but just long term. You can't have this bishop bother the king, or h3 slightly weakens this f4 square, which once again, not a big deal for now.
Right. So
I would
what black is doing
g3.
here is probably like puts the knight on d5, goes d6, and then, I don't know, just shuffles. Like,
Yeah,
not that
sure
you have
if there's
some,
anything.
not that you have some clear plan of sorts.
No, I guess you do some funky maneuvering at one point. You decide if you want to move the d pawn or if there's a good moment for d4. But yeah, not much is happening. Now I recall I did something similar I was playing. Vishianand, the legend, who's also here. And I played h3 in a position like this. And after the game, he told me, no, but here I have a dark square bishop. You should have played g3. It wasn't the same position, and it's not like you always go g3 against a dark square bishop. But here, it does look...
Yeah, it looks like it would have been more to the point.
King f8, very deep.
Ah, seriously? King f8 is...
It's too subtle for me.
That's...
Sure, it has some point, I don't know, maybe covering this bishop, or maybe there's some line where, I don't know, e7 could be hanging, but it's too deep for me.
Yeah, like seriously, King f8 is... King f8 is surprising. I imagine, like, maybe you see some sort of an end game on a horizon that says, like, white goes queen f3 and so on, and that's why you... But yeah, but it's seriously,
Which
it's way
horizon?
too deep.
Yeah.
Way too deep.
Doesn't spoil anything. Black can do whatever. Doesn't change the position. But yeah, that's too subtle. Maybe Nils just decided, I need my coffee. I'll make whatever move that doesn't hang anything. I'll go for it.
Yeah, if anything, you can play king g8 next move and probably still be fine. Right.
I know, he's still there. His opponent lost the first round. Maybe it's time for damage control for Mohamed Damash. Play queen f3, go for the endgame. Try to make a draw.
Right. Yeah, from the top boards, what do we have that we didn't take a look at? Did we check Rodshtein?
We saw early on a couple of moves there.
Now it's you know, I believe this one has some educational value, like pair of bishops against pair of knights.
So he move ordered him into Tarash.
Tarash with bishop e7. So that's a bit of an old-fashioned Tarash.
Yeah, the thing is, since white doesn't have a knight on c3, this trendy Dubov Tarash doesn't work, because if white has a knight on c3, you can do this. But since there was some move or the trickery, here it doesn't work because of queen c2.
Yeah.
Black collapses. So you had to go for this. White is supposed to be a little better here. That's complicated positions. Even a young Kasparov used these types of positions to win against Smyslov in his candidates matches. So these things have been around, but they're not considered. Clean equalizer.
Yeah. And then this position that we currently have, b5, bishop f3, pawn takes.
Pawn takes is nice, I guess. If bishop takes, knight e5, you lose a bunch of time. Bishop goes back, and now, I don't know, b6, d3 is there, b5 could be hanging.
Yeah, so that's why pawn takes, knight a5, and I guess defend the b5 pawn somehow? Or...
Can we do queen d3? Looks logical enough. Stopping the passer, covering the pawn.
Yeah, and the queen is typically not a great blocker, but here it's very hard to disturb because you'll go f4 later on, covering e5 square.
Yeah, rook d1 is coming, though, I guess. It's nice for white. This d4 pawn is the real weakness.
Yeah, so... And again, a7's hanging. If you go b6, then you have to watch out for bishop c6s all the time.
Yeah, bishop b4.
b6, bishop b4, and...
No, it's just not very pleasant.
So Maxim...
Kaan also does not look too thrilled. But he's not desperate enough to loosen his tie yet.
Well, Nils is a prophet. King f8 is a useful move because queen f3, and he traded the queens.
Impressive. Now, yeah, you can do all your grandmasterly stuff. Go knight d5, g5, maybe f5, d6, and then slowly gain space. Often it's tempting to simplify, but many times it doesn't make the position easier at all.
Yeah.
Especially if you give black a free hand like here to push the pawns. Doesn't get him closer to a draw. Okay, we can't do the whole show about Nils Grandelius. Let's check in with some of the Indian stars, of course. The biggest Indian stars, like world champion Gukesh, will join the action in round number 2. But we see plenty of the, I was going to say next generation, but they're actually older than Gukesh, like guys like Pranav and Pranesh, the 19-year-olds, who are also tremendously strong players, not yet established in the absolute world class. But if you're 19 and 2640, 2630, like Pranav and Pranesh, you're a talented chess player in my book.
Yeah, certainly works this way.
We see Pranav with the black pieces against Alrehaili Borans.
Yeah, Pranav won his first game.
Yeah.
But
going for some trickery here, d5.
I imagine bishop c5 somewhere.
Queen g3 business. Let's say e takes d, bishop c5.
And I think, yeah, that's actually quite problematic, right? Queen d3, knight g4 is just good for black.
So white can do that, but white can develop some. Bishop e3, I guess, stop bishop c5. Prepare rook c1. Looks like white is okay, actually, no?
Yeah. No.
Maybe black goes e5, d4.
e5, d4. Well, it's again
also not clear how good that is.
Some knight f5s are there.
No, still tough struggle for Pranav. Let's go to Pranav. Another 19-year-old, very much on the rise. It's a slightly stronger opponent here, you can see. Pranav was 2.641, Pranav is 2.630. That already makes more than 100 points difference in opponent's strength.
Oh, yeah. So that
Pranav had a 2.214, which, of course, you never know if you run to Prodigy. But in theory, 2.214 should be much, much easier to handle than a 2.372. If you're a 2600 player, 2.372, win is far, far from a given, especially with black. While 2.214, if nothing goes too wrong,
yeah, you just make your moves and you wait. Yeah, yeah. Here you already have to really outplay your opponent, which for now doesn't seem to be the case. In fact, like white is very solid, but keeping in mind that white sort of needs to win to equalize that.
No, this is a rock solid line for white, but is it more than solid? Looks like his opponent also knows what he's doing. This queen f3, queen takes b7. I don't think you play just for fun. He did study this.
Queen f3 and knight c3, queen b7, and it all works somehow.
Both sides are doing some funky stuff, I guess. They both prepared this. Bishop a5.
Knight c5, queen c7, and then, yeah, the line goes on, basically, because after rook to d7, both of your bishops are hanging, and you have to come up with rook takes bishop.
Wow. You have to take and then go bishop d6.
Yeah.
And you magically
somehow win the exchange back, because black cannot move all the rooks to the d file. Like rook d7, you take the knight and then the rook, right? Or what? Or you take the rook, maybe. You take bishop h7, take the rook, and then you're much better. So, but how does black equalize then after rook e7, bishop d6?
Hunches. Oh no, he's taking time. He doesn't know all this. Maybe you're just in time.
Knight d3, bishop takes, and some rook to c8.
Activity here, but doesn't look that fun, does it? Like b4?
Yeah, I mean, maybe you make a draw, but you did not equalize for sure.
No. Maybe move by move, I don't know. f6, king f7, king e6, you survive. But no, this is work for Pranav.
Yeah.
How fast are they playing? Yeah, they have this position on the board. Opponent looks very confident.
Knight d3 is already there. Yeah, so now bishop takes
e7.
And rook c8 is indeed the only move, according to machine.
What's wrong with rook e8, then just bishop a3,
Strangely, yeah,
and
bishop
rook
a3
d1 will win time.
And rook d1, you kick the knight away. And now if rook c8, bishop a3, do you go rook c1? No, you don't go rook c1. I guess the knight will be in trouble and the king will be very fast. Yeah.
Just showing this point.
Yeah, this one is...
So rook c8 will be played, and here rook d1, knight b2. Yeah, black survives.
And again, the fact that white king doesn't have a lift is somewhat...
Rook c8 is played, Pranav gets up. The opponent looks tough too, on my opponent's looking tough meter. Satbek Ahmedinov.
Yeah.
He's not looking at the board. What's
recalls the analysis? Could this be the
maybe
case?
he's still in book. He spent some time, but this looks like normally if chess players are looking around somewhere out of the opening, they're often trying to recall something.
And also, like you're on what, move 21, and you've spent half an hour. And it's always like this debate.
Find your way. You never know.
Because it's too fast of a play if you didn't know anything. So definitely it's been a theory till recent.
And often you also, I don't know, you have some file or you watch some course, so you recall something, but you're not sure about the details everywhere because there's so many lines. So it could be one of those spots. Well, yeah, he's not really looking at the board. I was watching some videos trying to teach me what people do if they look up to the left and to the right. I can't really recall. I think one was memory, probably to the upper left so often.
Ah, right. So there is...
players look there, then they're trying to recall something. If they look to the right, they're trying to make something
creativity.
up. Yeah, something like that. Like if you lie, you look to the upper right. If you try to remember, you look to the upper left. But it hasn't helped me much in my chess career.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's still not fun for Pranav. I think if white goes b4 and you probably move the f-pawn like f6.
Yeah, I guess that's the way to hang in there. f6, king f7.
Yeah, and the bishop,
yeah,
the bishop is a bit restricted. And the compy actually goes on with forcing moves. So you go b5, king to f7, bishop to a3, rook to c3. You keep bothering the poor bishop. Bishop d6, king e6, bishop b8, rook a3. And this is like just a marginal advantage for white.
Future barely holds together.
Yeah.
All right, we've done the Pranav check-in. I will continue my battle with the chair. Now let's check the double Swane. Putting on my German head coach hat here. We have the younger brother, Fredrik Swane, who's having his first game in the tournament today because Orlando Haspens did not make it in time for game one. But he's here today. What is going on? We've seen the opening.
So the knight, remember the knight was attacked and he was debating where to go, so it ended up going to e4, eh? Bishop e3, bishop b6, everything like you've described, exchange on d2, c5, knight f3, bishop f5. I remember there have been some lines where this bishop on b6 is exceptionally stupid, right?
Yeah, I was always scared of this stuff strategically, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess it's fine, but you have to be...
Like even like, you know, white goes c4 and what do you do? Like I guess here you just take and install the bishop on d3, but like potentially it's quite annoying, right?
Orlando Haspens also still playing quickly, c3. Looks like he knows his stuff.
So
what is black do? Do you just castle queenside, go for it?
Well, castle queenside would be quite a statement. Like if you castle short, like what's you lose the pawn and that's it.
I was worried
you lose the pawn and that's it. So anything like a2 related is probably not good enough.
Maybe, probably with the bishops you're not losing or anything. But.
CD4. Well, compy says CD4, C4, which had a kind of I'm not sure. Like it probably does give you the compensation, but do you have to do it? No, I don't think. So probably just like do something else. You castle long or D3 played.
I want to go C4 ASAP.
Yeah.
White gets B3, C4. Your bishop will look very stupid.
And yeah, so B3 and black's forced to go C4 and. Yeah, somehow you cannot really get to this d3 pawn.
Can we try? Bishop takes, AB, knight d4.
Knight d4.
Where does the bishop go?
Say bishop g4.
B takes c.
For bc4, queen takes, and you could take. You can take
I
on
want
d3.
Queen takes d3.
Yeah, queen d3, rook d3. And you have rook to g3 if I go c5, yeah?
I didn't see that, but yeah, I'm guessing there's something. Knight b5 is also there.
Knight f3.
Or knight f3.
Knight f3, rook a2. I mean, it goes on, and I believe, like, potentially should be.
Probably like
you can already see, like, you take on f3, you know, get rid of the queen side, and 4 versus 3, and you know how to draw it, and...
Barely.
Yeah.
Okay, but Orlando Husband's playing a good game here, putting some pressure on his high-rated opponent.
So Frederick Xuan, and then we have Rasmus Xuan.
Yeah, you can't check on one Xuan and then ignore the other.
Yeah.
Playing against Facundo Vázquez.
So this is quite an...
My Spanish is not great, but I know on the Spanish broadcasts they were calling the F-pawn Facundo. So Facundo Vázquez is keeping his Facundo on F7 where it belongs.
Not going F5.
Don't want to do that.
Yeah, like most of those Dutch defense positions, even those that are holdable, you wish your pawn was on F7.
I never understood this. I understand. People do it for reasons, but to weaken your position on move number 1 and then live with it for the rest of the game. You can just develop a knight, you know.
Right.
Okay, yeah, this looks like a fairly standard Carlsbad structure.
Yeah.
Black has a knight on d6, which is nice. White's setup is also very healthy. I guess he wants some time. Now White has to decide what to do next. h3, knight e5, or the good old minority attack. But that's always a bit tough to do.
Yeah,
The knight on d6.
Black went g7, g6, and the reason for that White... the knight was on f6. White went knight e5, knight g4, knight back to f3. Kindly
did he offer draw?
Kindly offering a draw, yeah.
Play a little.
Kindly offering a draw, which wins him the match.
Yeah, but still, this is the spot we talked about, roughly 200 points difference.
Yeah, so that is
try to win with White, or you cool making a draw.
Yeah, it's true. This is the situation where you can do both, right? You can try to win, or maybe you. Actually, you don't expect your opponent to accept the draw, so maybe you just like play on their nerves.
Saying, okay, you have to win, so play a different move, and if he actually does repeat, you say, okay, I was bluffing, I'll play on myself.
Yes.
Let's give Rasmus the benefit of the doubt.
So g7, g6, and
Rasmus Xuan, a big Carlsbad player himself, so.
So now you can go h3, knight e5, I guess, with the pawn.
Yeah, the problem with g6 is sometimes that it's harder to challenge this knight. But what he does accomplish is he can go bishop f5.
Yeah, he goes bishop f5.
Get rid of the bishops. And once you have a knight on d6 and you exchange these bishops, you can never be in too much trouble.
Yeah, true that, because whenever b4 happens, you have access to c4 square, and then it's...
There we see
It's very solid.
Faustino Oro, as usual, checking everybody else's game. Doesn't seem very challenged by his. And as I see, Divia Deshmukh's opponent, I think I said at the beginning, will return to a game, but we haven't yet. So let's have a look how Divia is doing, the winner of the Women's World Cup 2025. She's in a must-win situation with the black pieces. Not the most pleasant spot in chess.
At least she managed to kind of avoid absolutely dry position, right?
Yeah. Not
by
sure I like
going
position,
for the beard.
It is messy, at least.
Yeah.
The problem, however, is often, in order not to be much worse here, I don't know if you allow bishop g5, it's probably bad news. You often have to dry the position up, something like knight e5 and takes, which doesn't give you a lot of winning chances. So no, very difficult spot for Divia. Yeah, the game is far from over, of course, but if you do nothing, White's position will be pretty easy to play. Bishop g5 or bishop h6 are always annoying.
So you could probably kind of hold it, but the fact that you have to play this one for a win, that means...
Can't really play whatever. Knight e5, so I don't know what you do. Maybe it will be 8, Compy says. Bishop g5, f6. But it looks like you're just a bit worse, and it's not like White is struggling here with all the complications on the board either.
Yeah. Anyway, so
tough spot for Divia, who's had great results recently. But of course, even in round 1, you get very strong grandmaster like Kourkoulos-Arditis 2-5-85. So she is an underdog here, even by rating.
Yeah.
We have some results coming in. Pranav grabbed the draw against Daniel Kizon. He won yesterday. We saw this nice attacking game. And today,
so he
spent 0 time. He ends the game with 134 after he started with 130. So he just showed his prep and said, okay, you get a draw, I get the next round. Win-win situation.
True that. And we have a couple of no-shows, I think. Yeah, Bakro has won.
Yeah.
Amin Bassem is also in. And there was somebody on lower boards as well, I think.
Nikita Petrov, yeah, he also won by default. So according to my count, we have 4 players in the second round joining the 50 players that were already seated there. Which means you're the math expert. It's 128 players. We know 54 of them.
So what's left is 74, right. Not on air with Jan and Mira.
I only knew it's 74 because you taught me 128 minus 50 is 78. So I had a head start there.
All right. So, well, but again, we say 74 left, but like look at it, Adam's position, and then thinking, can Mickey lose this?
Not saying out of these 74, they're all in uncertain fight for making it, especially the ones on the top boards where they're leading 1-0 and they have the big rating difference.
Yeah.
But he's not there yet.
He's not there yet.
How chess is. Pawn goes to c6, you touch your e1 rook, and it doesn't matter what you've done till here.
Yeah.
I probably won't touch the e1 rook.
Yeah, any move with... Okay, I shouldn't say any, because now, like, these pre-movers in Blitz, like they've even gone in online Blitz, they've told me, like, whenever you say any, they'll force you to go to d4, right? Stuff like that. Yeah. But, yeah, like, you could take on d7, I believe, and be better, but you shouldn't do it. You just go like d3. Like, take on d7, and then you go queen d2. No, then I'll have an extra horsey.
Okay, no.
I'll have an extra horsey. Yeah, you'll go queen d4, and I will not be better. Yeah, right, you are. Yeah, so rook d7 was
just goes d3, d1, d6.
It's just good.
Still not fun.
It's just good, yeah.
All right. We need some feedback from the chat. First of all, if there's any chair experts. Like, maybe I'm just too heavy, but how do you fix a chair like this? Secondly, what are your favorite players, your favorite games? I know many people are waiting
for Gukesh to join.
Gukesh, Arjun Erigaisi, Vincent Keimer, Vidit, Anish Giri. All the stars that will join in the next round. But if you have any favorites over there, what you have to do, and this is the only way, you have to subscribe to FIDE Chess on YouTube. Then tell us in the comments, then hope that we are being told what you told us in the comments. It's a complicated process.
But you have to do it.
There you go.
You have to do it.
Subscribe, like, comment, in that order. It's important. Okay, Mickey's winning.
Mickey is winning.
Shamelessly continue checking the German boys. Dimitri Kollers, we've seen yesterday struggling a little bit out of the opening against his opponent
Salih Akar Salih.
Yeah, 22-12 from Iraq. But today, I guess this is a pleasant position if you're high rated and you know you can advance with a draw. He's better, he has the 2 bishops, and he can just sort of play by hand.
Yeah.
The best black can hope for is, I don't know, to survive some.
But even then, it's hard. Like, you know, you pretty much have to sit and wait, right? With black, you can't really.
Also, white can
open the position
anything.
up.
You can bring the king. Can go f takes e5 followed by d4 whenever he wants. No, it's not. It's not fun.
Not pleasant at all. Speaking of the German boys, Donchenko, board 11.
Yeah, he won yesterday. There was this piece sacrifice in time trouble. And yeah, here a similar setup. Up 1-0 and a very pleasant endgame. Here, the opponent is a bishop pair, but this bishop over here, it's not the proudest member of a bishop pair I've ever seen.
Yeah, the bishop on g6 is not ideal, to put it mildly.
This is a theoretical line, most well known for the game Carlsen against Kramnik, where Magnus won a very quick one against Kramnik a long time ago with his knight d7, knight f3, knight h4 plan. Then he brought the other knight
here and got him to f5. Yeah.
Theory advanced, but generally it's not the line.
Well, to be honest, I'm still puzzled. Why would you do this with black?
Some people like it. They like studying this. Oh, this is a fortress. Actually, I can sit there, and it's a simple repertoire. That's not pleasant
it's
to the eye.
It's not simple, to be honest. Like you...
No, I'm saying that, not saying the position is simple, but you play this one line, right? And in the Carlsbad, you go bishop f5. Then if white wants something, he has to go for this endgame, because if not, our bishop is out.
So you're
fine.
narrowing kind of your options to...
You can play a very small territory, but pleasant.
But at the cost.
It's always a problem. There aren't real shortcuts in chess. If you play a one-size-fits-all line, you're always giving up something. But yeah, here something went wrong for black.
Or you can be Wesley So and master this, you know, this thing.
There's
and just
a lot of knowledge and flexibility behind his approach. Now, he might make it look simple, but...
No, but I mean, this endgame line that I think you know what I'm talking about.
The
Wesley So Tarash line.
Yeah.
It's just a good line, but back then when he started playing it, I mean, I think he was one of the pioneers, and people were like almost like, how do we refute Wesley So line? I mean, good luck with that.
But you know who the real pioneer was? Was a gentleman or lady called Lila Zero. Because if you let Lila Zero run in the starting position, it would give that exact line. And I guess Wesley was just the first to say, okay, so Lila seems pretty smart, and he started playing it. Turns out, yeah, it's a very good line. We're talking about the, whatever you call it, but yeah, I also call it the Wesley Tarash.
Yeah, knight c3, c5, c takes, and c takes.
Yeah,
right.
Stuff which...
e4.
DE4 was the real innovation. Which, yeah, it's not particularly sexy, but at top levels, if you find a new narrow territory that holds, then it's a weapon that's very annoying for your opponents. Anyway, Donchenko also doing well. Raunak Sadvani, who had some troubles yesterday against our friend Daniel Barish, and the board is once again on fire.
Yeah. And it looked very promising a few moves back. It looked very promising for white. I think he might have slightly misplayed it.
Good old Queen C2 Nimzo. Queen A5, bit of a rare move. Raunak trying to mix it.
Yeah, so bishop G3, castles, bishop E2. Doubled on all the pawns he could double.
Yeah, but white has some
F5, and then
dynamics.
after G4, it actually looked, well, promising, I wanted to say. D6, knight B3, all good, and knight D4, CD4, E5.
Maybe knight D4 is not the most aggressive here. Rook D1 or...
Yeah, strangely, Compi doesn't like the last move, so all that was like more or less fine, and then white's C5 is something that computer doesn't really like. Even there, you could play like Rook D1 or something. So now after C5, ED4.
He's dreaming of some bishop c4 check,
rook h7,
rook h1,
and so on.
checkmate.
Yeah, like if you could get the queen to the h file, that would be something that I know it almost works. It still doesn't really work. I thought queen check to the h file and queen h5, but black would still have king f6. So ed4. What do you do?
Looks like white is not quite in time for all this.
Yeah, like
cruel intentions.
Bishop c4 check, king h8, but then it's very hard to follow it up.
Yeah,
right.
We go brute force, now long castles, dc5. The problem is this is not actually checkmate.
Yeah, that's a couple of checks in a row, but that's about it. Yeah. The queen's not getting there.
So I guess we are finally turning bearish on bearish today.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, well, maybe. But the first game was a draw, though, right?
Yeah.
So he's not necessarily like in a bad shape here.
Yeah.
Depends on his intentions. Like if
C5
he continues to
especially.
play for a win, right, then...
Especially since it was a draw. Why push so hard with c5? No, play rook d1, whatever. Keep some
that's true.
degree of stability.
Well, or even like exchange on e5 and then go c5. Computer doesn't
Also,
really dislike.
Same idea.
Same idea, but less less pushy.
Okay, still Daniel Bearish. From these top games we've seen, not only was he the lowest rated to get a draw, but also clearly today is another full-fledged game, even if he's going to lose. It's a very good showing. Okay, continuing with our random tour. Vokhidov didn't make the talent list. I guess he's technically too old, but he's a tremendously strong and still very young player.
Right, and the position looks like it was some sort of opening catastrophe, to be honest. Like having this position and move 18 looks completely overwhelming. Amazes me how people continue playing this French tempo down. C5 in the Caro-Kann.
I thought I was Googling Vokhidov H, but I put it into our WhatsApp group, so ignore me. Now I want to find out, though. Vokhidov H. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say. There's a Vokhidov and a Vakhidov on the...
Not to be confused, two different...
Vakhidov, much older, there we see. Vokhidov. Raunak walking by. Orlando Haspens now in deep thought against Frederik Svane.
Yeah, so somehow I've checked the opening part and it just didn't work for black, really.
What was the some Caro-Kann C5?
Yeah, that's a French tempo down.
Theory. Yeah.
French tempo down. Why would you play French tempo down if, say, French already sounds like bad enough?
Some people like it, but yeah, this rook g8 and then bishop back to e7. Looks like something went wrong.
A wrong feel to it, yeah.
No, yeah, this... The king is just too open, isn't it? All right.
So, how old is Vokhidov? What's the answer?
I still haven't found out. I blame the internet. We will never know. My hunch is he's 21. Might be way too old. Gonna need more internet sources.
Wait, what's this position with a knight on c8? Is it this Gurel?
Yeah.
Or
At least there we know the ages. Edis Gurel is 16, Yefimov is 65. Which makes a rating difference of 300 points, an age difference of 49 years.
49 years. I think what has to be changed, Jan, in the rules of World Cup.
The chair?
No, well, the chair obviously, but in the rules of World Cup, you should use like the forced pairing, like they do for the candidates if you represent the same country. So there definitely has to be the forced pairing that the youngest plays the oldest. Round one. So
no
Yefimov
ratings is just
doesn't matter.
age.
No, Yefimov had to play Faustino Oro. That is, that is my suggestion.
But maybe you could do it in any tournament, because typically you have this first half versus second half. You could do the same, but just by age.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the younger, the better. We gotta be realistic. So if you're young, you're on the first.
You
half.
go in the top half of the list.
In the second half.
Right.
I think we're onto something there. So these ratings now after COVID with all these underrated kids, it's no longer accurate anyway. Well, age don't lie.
Age doesn't lie.
Okay, Vokhidov is ancient. He's born in 2002. So he's years and years old. Way off the table list. But he's very good at chess.
Yeah.
As for the Gurel game, this looks unpleasant for Yefimov, doesn't it?
Yeah, knight on e7, you said it yourself. Like whenever the knight goes to e7, it means it's not a good line. Yeah. Knight should be developed to f6, and the sooner the better. So that's why you answer d4 with knight f6. That's why you play the Berlin if you've forgotten to play the Petrov.
Yeah. Knights, they don't have as many squares on the 2nd or 7th rank from the 6th, so it makes a lot of sense to put them where they control more squares. Timeless insight you get on this commentary. That's why you're watching.
Yeah, that's
You're watching because you want to see Gukesh, but he's playing in 2 days only. He's not here yet.
So if you tuned in for today's broadcast, at least we share some bits of chess knowledge.
Yeah.
Develop your
on
knight.
the 6th rank, access to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 squares. Horsey
on the 7?
On the 7th rank. I guess it's 6, I never counted, but 6 makes sense.
It is 6, yeah. And the closer you move it to a corner, the unhappier Horsey is. It hates to be in a corner.
Yeah, no one puts Horsey in a corner. H8, it only has 2 squares. Well, 6 is already the maximum. No, 8 is already the maximum.
Yeah.
So putting on an f6.
You've accomplished, you've accomplished the goal. Yeah, realistically though, what happened in this game, it was some attempt to play the hedgehog, which really didn't the hedgehog did not come up together, right?
Also, if you do this, you probably have to play d5.
Yeah.
I hope you're not too much worse in this clash, but if you try to play this slowly...
The hedgehog thing, it doesn't really work.
It's bad.
Right? Knight a4. It was a nice moment when he went for this breakthrough when black is not yet developed fully. Like knight a4, knight c8, c5.
Yeah.
Which computer, by the way, doesn't really like. And he could have captured on b6 first. Knight b6, knight b6, c5. This is what Compi tells me. Was like absolutely crushing.
Nice. But then again, leading 1-0, and if the other choice, you're comfortably better, you're probably not in the mood for knight sacrifices. Then again, probably this wins on the spot. So
yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Because you basically just take c d6, you go rook c7, and win the material back. But yeah, his position right now is like sitting on comfortable +1 with.
Very easy to play. Don't hang stuff. Push.
Yeah. Play good moves, play them quickly. that is...
No danger here. You don't even need b4, b3, double rooks. No, he's going to be fine. Jacques Elbilia, who had a great position yesterday against Chigaev, was very close to an upset, but ended up losing.
Yeah, and that was... And he is better.
Pushing again. He's just outplaying
again.
Chigaev every game. Another one of those positions, roughly symmetrical, but black has a stupid bishop on g7. Well, if you compare it with the white bishop on c4, you can see why these things aren't equal. There we see Chigaev looking mildly concerned. Not terribly concerned, but the man in white against Jacques Elbilia. I haven't checked because we got this youth mandate, but are Elbilia and Yefimov, our two oldest participants, sitting next to each other there?
It could be true, yeah.
Who would be older, I guess?
Yefimov, we were told...
is the usual suspect, but he's not, he's not there yet. Yefimov is 65.
Yeah, and Elbilia... I told you, Jan is quite tall, in fact.
193. What is that? 6'3", 6'4"? I don't speak American.
No speak Americano, no.
No hablo inglés.
So I'm trying to understand why it's actually so bad for black.
Was that the
Chigaev's game? Okay, so bad as computer gives 0.6 or
mildly
something.
Bad, no, but
no, not like bad,
like
bad. It's not. Yeah, I believe the computer. I'm not saying like black's not worse or something, but what has happened, like compared to? I guess it's not the King's Indian. You never have d4 squares. I mean, maybe that's the reason. Because
these are the types of positions I've been dreaming of all my life, like the pair to get the symmetrical structure. But the stupid bishop on g7 against a good bishop here, I always found exceedingly pleasant.
In periods, sometimes you have the opposite. You have this knight on c3, which is idiotic in front of the c6 pawn, right? And here, white doesn't have any bad pieces, and black has at least the bishop on g7, you can argue, yeah.
No, as someone who's played very boring lines like this all his life, always dreaming of, like...
Knight d2 is a very clever move.
I know, it's cunning. But all these types of structures, it's never much, but there's always like slightly stupid bishop. So, okay, it has nothing to do with the game, but these types of positions are very often not fully equal, even though it looks innocuous. Still, Chigaev will probably get by. But Jacques Elbilia doing well here.
All right, so...
Stick with the Spaniards. Daniel Yufa against Tavan de Ram.
And Daniel could...
He drew first game, right?
Yeah. He didn't win yesterday. He told me in the evening that he was completely winning, but very early in the game, and then he missed a chance, and then...
You want to be winning later. If you're winning early and then you don't win, then it's normally... It's hard to get into the right mindset. Speaking of right mindset, I'm in the mindset for another break. Producers, what say you?
Right. Yeah. Okay, so knight to c4 was actually very standard idea for
this
all
trick
of those.
I've seen before.
All of those Queen's Indians, I want to say, even though I have no idea what opening that was.
I don't know either, but
there was more of a Catalan. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, this idea is very, very typical. And also a reason why the bishop on g2 is often better than the bishop on b7. Because the bishop on g2 is protected by the king, so it's not vulnerable to all of this.
Bishop on b7, however, very often runs into this tactics. Like
now there's all this annoyance. Knight a5, knight d6. So what's going on? Let's take the pawn.
Yeah, rook e2, I guess knight to a5 or...
Somewhere, probably here, yes, so it can't.
Knight to a5, bishop drops back to c8, and you go...
Keep
wedding and
chasing
d6, I guess? Oh, no, not d6. You go e3. Compy says you go e3, bishop e6, bishop e5, and I guess you win the d5 pawn eventually.
We will never find out, but not an easy match for Daniil Jufa. But enough of the Spaniards. Let's switch to something more exciting, and we have Katy here to tell us what we've missed.
Well, guys, to be honest, for us and for the viewers, the most exciting thing is your chair. And
I feel the same way, especially while drinking coffee. Like, always a thrill ride.
That's pretty awesome. So basically today we do have a bit slow day. We don't have that much of the excitement, no sacrifices, no blunders like we had yesterday. Also in the playing venue, everything looks very smooth. Just for the details, what we can say is that players like to come before the round just about 15 minutes or 10 minutes before. And sometimes we do have a big line because they have to go through the security check.
$500 punishment does wonders.
Yes. And today we had a bit of moment. We saw on the screen that we had Vishy Anand, who made the first ceremonial move, together with another special guest. And you were talking about making the moves on one board with both pieces, white and black, which recently is kind of tendency to have that when we have two special guests, especially if there is a player on the first board who represents also your federation.
Okay.
So that was the idea. But the funny thing was that I was there to announce the guests. The funny thing was that the player was not on the board. And it was 10 minutes before where the guests arrived, but the time was ticking. It was 7 minutes, then 4 minutes before the round. We start to panic because we don't know what's the plan B in that case. And also, of course, there are some players that we can recognize on the face because they are playing chess tournaments everywhere for many years. What happened was really funny. The player with black pieces who was supposed to sit on the first board, he was just having his coffee in the...
I'm with him. It's not 3 p.m. yet.
In the players' lounge area. So he was just chilling. Little he knew that Vishy Anand was waiting for him to make his first move. So there was a bit funny moment. Of course, in the end, we all laughed, and there was a lot of cameras, so the guy just entered in the middle of the center of attention. Besides that, players have really comfortable area. I saw a lot of players just making moves, going to this area, observing the games through the screens. There are screens everywhere. They have refreshment, they have some fruit, also some snacks, and also food. There is possible to eat the food. Most of the tournaments we don't have that option to.
Are we allowed in there? I'm asking.
You can sneak in. Yes, we can sneak in. Yes, but we also have here some snacks, guys. Don't worry about that. So overall, it is a very nice situation. But at some point, let's hope that something will spice up a little bit on the chessboards, right? It's a little bit slow day today.
It's a marathon, not a sprint. We have 50 top players still joining the action.
Yeah.
And yet today, with the rating differences, sometimes stakes don't feel as high yet. I'm sure we'll get something.
Yeah, all right. Right now I'll go to the game to show, and then I have a question in the end. So this is a game that I want to show. We have here Alexander Indic, Grandmaster, very well known for the chess community, former European champion.
Yes.
And he's playing against Elan Schneider, international master from Argentina. He's only 14 years old. And together with Faustino and Elan, they're like really heavy power growing up in Argentina. Very strong player. Here we had this position, which looked quite fine, beautiful knight here on d4, and Alexander just decided to fianchetto the bishop on g7. White found this nice idea to play bishop to d2, and after bishop to g7, he just decided to play bishop here to control the f8 square, and black cannot castle. So if you cannot castle on the short side, you try to castle on the long side, but He said like, okay, let's not waste the time. Let's go to attack the king right away with h4. Seems really nice. I was in the playing venue. I thought that's a brilliant idea. Probably we're going to have some checkmate threats here. But white turned the tables here. And after rook to e1 and h4, we do have this beautiful move, knight to d5. And using the pin, the pawn obviously cannot take. The pawn on c7 is also hanging. And here, you cannot just guard this pawn with queen, because there can be bishop to e7 and then knight to f6 kind of ideas. And obviously you don't want to play the passive moves like that, which probably leads in a worse position. So here Alexander thought a little bit and he decided to play king to d7. So this is the way how he decided to guard the pawn on c7. And well, white has already made a move here. The engine's first move is queen to a4 check. And this is quite nice move because after c6, we have this beautiful idea of bishop e7, attacking the queen. Queen goes on h-file. And now we have queen b4 or queen to a3 idea, and queen goes on d6, and later on d8 will be a checkmate. That will be really, really strong. Of course, black can play much better than I demonstrated, and instead of c6 to play something else. But yeah, queen a4 has not been played in this position. Instead, we do have knight to f4, and still, I think black is struggling here.
As you would expect with the king on d7, I guess, right?
Yeah, king on d7, blocking also the bishop over here, and this is not so promising for black. There's some ideas of playing bishop to c3 to pin the knight. So c5 has been played here. A lot of opportunities. The engine just demonstrates us to go bishop here on d2 with the same ideas to knight e6 to jump this knight, or maybe knight d5. And yeah, this can be a big struggle. And well, Elan, he's 14 years old, international master. He is looking for the opportunities like this. And it is quite strange how the things went wrong. What do you think? What do you think, Miro? Do you think this move, g6, was here the start of the things going back?
Not sure. I think g6 was fine. Mm-hmm. Yeah, from what I'm seeing now, like all the sequence up to taking on g3 was fine. It looks like queen g5 was just a blunder, to be honest.
Looks like he missed knight d5, no?
Yeah, looks like he missed... or, I don't know, underestimate. I don't like to see underestimate, because it's not like you're planning to go king d7 and believe your position is good, right? So he probably just missed. Missed knight d5.
In chess we say forgot, no? Like
forgot.
So like missed anything,
yeah.
you just forget something for a second. I forgot about knight d5.
Yeah, but also it is very difficult to find a plan here. How do you really continue to play? Seems like the bishop controls this long diagonal. Knight d5 is anyway tried. Knight d5 with bishop e7, bishop f6 idea. The king is just on the wrong place on e8. The best score is on d7, basically, for this king.
Yeah.
Black was already struggling here in this position. However, the time just doesn't really indicate that.
So I guess bishop d7, what could the computers move?
Here, bishop d7.
Yeah, bishop d7, and then I understand it's probably like not fun to allow knight d5 and completely ignore it, but computer says you can do it. Knight d5.
Funny line, no? f5, bishop e7, queen b8.
Oh
f5, yeah.
Goodness.
Queen b8, right.
B8.
Modern chess.
Yeah.
And then if bishop f6, you go king to f7, of course, and then, you know, the queen might be on b8 for now, but one day it will arrive to the destination. But it would be perfectly playable, this one.
Mm-hmm. It's much better than what we have on the board.
Indjic won the first game, but if he loses today, he's in.
Yeah, we might have a tiebreak. And now it comes my question. What do you guys think? How many tiebreaks we're going to have possibly tomorrow?
I haven't done the math. We have so many games with big rating differences, or matches with big rating differences, that I would guess 30 or 40 are highly unlikely to get to a tie-break. That leaves us with what? Let's say 40 closer ones. Miro taught me 1/3 of the closer ones go to tie-breaks.
14, 13,
13 tie-breaks.
Yeah, that is our kind of
expert
estimation of how many games going to be.
Yeah, that's true. So we already have some of the top players joining us in the hotel, in the main hotel. A lot of them has arrived earlier, a week earlier in India to just adjust the weather, food, everything. And now all of them are moving here in the hotel because basically this is the easiest way to reach the playing venue. If you stay somewhere else, you can do that at this event. But again, you never know with the traffic. It's a lot of struggle. And you guys mentioned that it's a fine if you are late. And yeah, you can really choose between take a minus point or pay the
why would you risk that? This is a beautiful hotel. You're next to the playing hall. Like, it seems like an unnecessary gamble. If you can afford it, I don't know what the rates are, but the top players can certainly afford to stay here. Why wouldn't they? I'm always slightly surprised. I'm not sure everybody did it. I see many guys arriving like now, 2 days before the game. If you're from a very different time zone, like Europe, for example, is what, 4.5 hours time difference. 2 days seems to be cutting it close, for me at least. Everybody's different, but often the jet lag is worst on day 4 or 5. So I'm a bit surprised they're coming so late. Like you said, maybe they were somewhere else in India or in a nearby time zone. But
yeah, that's a fair point. There are a few players who were here, but most of them just shared the photos of their arrival today. Yeah. Yes, that's true. Well, we're gonna see.
It comes back to haunt anybody falling asleep in round number 3. But we're not there yet. So thank you so much, Katy. We'll go on a brief break and then we'll be back with all of the action in a couple of minutes.
The FIDE World Cup 2025 in Goa is one of chess's most intense events. A knockout that tests stamina, strategy, and nerves. Here's how it works. It's a single elimination bracket played over 8 rounds. In round 1, lower-seeded players face off while the top 50 seeds receive a bye into round 2. Each round runs for 3 days, 2 classical games, and if the match is tied, tie breaks on the 3rd day. The drama builds until 2 players reach the final. The semi-finalists who don't advance play a separate match for 3rd place. And that match matters because the top 3 finishers qualify for the next candidates tournament. It's simple. Win the match and advance. Lose and you're out. Every game takes a player 1 step closer to the title and to a possible shot at the World Championship itself. From start to finish, it's a fight to survive, 1 match at a time.
Goa, a food paradise, both steeped in historical culinary tradition and at the forefront of a modern-day food revolution that is fresher, more local, and more global than ever before. I'm embarking on a journey across the state to explore the very best of food here.
This is honestly my favorite way to eat an egg.
Break bread with some of Goa's most loved chefs and understand what food really means to communities here. Watch postcards from Goa on National Geographic.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout, where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds, With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
In December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
Welcome back to round 1, day 2 of the FIDE World Cup, where 78 players are still dreaming of making it out of this first round and joining the big guns in round number 2. For many, the dream will end within the next hour. And Miro, for some, it is already over, right?
Yeah, that's true, because we have quite a few names of players who are already through. Ivanchuk made the draw with white.
So that means he qualified.
He qualified, and then Aydin Suleimanli won, so he qualified with a perfect score of 2-0. Right, so I think
Check
that
again.
these are...
Donchenko also won his game already. Yeah, he's through.
Hovhannisyan made a draw. And we have the first tiebreak. Man, we have the first tiebreak.
Oh, he made 2 draws, Hovhannisyan.
Hovhannisyan made 2 draws, so he couldn't win with white today against Kevin Mohan.
Kevin Mohan featured on this list
of young dangerous youngsters,
right?
Yeah, of dangerous youngsters, yeah.
Let me check the list. He is born in 2011, FIDE Master 2346. Yeah, making 2 draws here against a strong grandmaster like Hovhannisyan, who has to go to overtime. Then Bassem Amin won by default, so did Bakro. Ivanchuk you mentioned, Suleimanli you mentioned. Grabnev also already through with a draw. Andy Woodward making short work, winning 2-0. Baijin Shi, I'm assuming qualified. Yeah, he won yesterday, made a draw today. So, some qualifiers. Divia is still trying to level the scores and make it to the tiebreak. Let's have a look what her chances are. But she's, yeah, what's the expert term? Worse.
Yeah. She's in quite a bit of trouble, I'd say. Yeah. Like the structure particularly doesn't look all that appealing.
Nothing immediate, but you just, yeah, the bishop on g7 is bad, and this knight on d5. If you take it normally, e takes d5 will gain even more space, and you end up with this backwards pawn. There's no natural way to get rid of it. Even if black could play c6, would weaken the d6 pawn, the knight could jump here. So the problems are permanent, while white's position is still pretty straightforward to play. Like you can just go, I don't know, c4, b4.
Yeah, you can advance on that side. You can jump knight g4, e3, f5 potentially. Also very juicy square for this knight. Yeah, so all in all, things are not looking good for Divia Deshmukh.
No, it's not over, and she, of course, is taking risks on purpose to make it a fight. But for now, it is an uphill struggle. What else do we have? I think on the results front, that's more or less it. On the Prodigy Watch front, Li Yiheng is once again hanging in there, but he's not gonna survive the match because he would have to win this position with the white pieces to equalize it.
Which sounds impossible.
Which won't happen.
Yeah.
So, worthy outing, but the experienced grandmaster will kick him out in the end.
Right.
What's Fausti up to? Is Fausti at the board, or is he walking around checking people's score sheets as usual?
I think he studies other people's games.
Slightly better against Ante Brkic. Not like winning or anything, but with his knight on c5, c6 pawn as a target. And also, I think these types of positions, from my limited experience watching him and playing him, he's extremely good. Like some slightly technical stuff, pieces are active, short calculation comes very easy.
Yeah, like little tricks, this rooks and knights.
Here and there, rooks and knight, everything has space. It's not about pawn structure, strategy so much. Like, I'm not saying he's going to win the game, but this, Brkic has to be very, very careful to just survive this game and making it to a tie-break. So Argentina going strong. We've seen the Elan Schneider game putting pressure on Injic. And Faustino also putting pressure on Turkic here.
Doing extremely well, right. Andy Woodward won his game, so I think he advanced it was 2-0.
Yeah, he's through already.
It was this queen of... Yeah, no, I'm confusing this one.
No,
yeah, it was. We did check it, right? The queen f6, early queen f6 in the Gioco Piano.
No, Andy, there was this... yeah, you're right, this bishop g5.
Bishop g5 and 6.
He was better at the opening, made short work, put a knight here. This is already very awkward to meet this threat of knight takes g3, because this bishop is lurking. You can't even go king f2. Knight f1 is not allowed. So it's basically resigns way.
Yeah.
It's not where you want to be after 20 moves with white. Continued the game a bit, but wasn't very challenging. For Mr. Woodward, Andy not playing with toys anymore, just crushing strong opponents here in the second round.
Yeah, the king didn't make it. King and g3. What was the game I wanted? So Artemiev, if you wanted to know,
Vladislav
got a piece sacrifice against him, but I think he was pleasantly surprised. So on move 20, white decided to kind of go for bishop takes g7. And I think, you know, there is this famous Lasker two-bishop sacrifice where you go bishop h7 and then bishop g7.
It's different.
Yeah, so this one is not as efficient, it seems.
This one also looks like it's born out of desperation, because he's already been outplayed, right? If black can go knight takes e5. At least you're not winning the game either, so opponent thought might as well.
So check and queen h5, e5 was played, fe5.
Saying no draw after king g7.
No. Rook g8, rook to g1, and black just has to be a little cautious.
G5, bishop g5. Okay, just looks winning.
You go rook g5, queen f7, then you go rook g7.
Not sure you have to do that, but just looking at the computer, it's saying black's much better with any of this nonsense. Okay. Artemiev on his way to round number 2. Mickey Adams also successfully managed to avoid hanging the rook. It's now a pawn up. Still some work to do, but he's not going to lose this. Other top boards news. Nils also got what he wanted.
Nils is better.
Making some progress in his endgame. No risk. These grandmasters, they like their endgames. Their hand can take over. d5, king f5. Yeah. Now, what can we say? Of course, it's fun to watch all these new faces, but if the rating differences approach 500 plus points, upsets in 2 classical games are very rare.
Very, very rare, yeah.
Dura also crushed.
Dura has won already, right?
Yeah. Dimitri Kollars, his opponent is hanging in there. Decided against any direct action with f takes e5, d4. So for now, black is sort of stable. But white can keep trying, of course.
Pranav duo. Pranav has, I think, an equal position, but having won game 1, he's not necessarily, he doesn't necessarily mind to just make a draw, and which is, arguably an achievement for his 2200 rated opponent, but yeah.
Also, opponent's not there yet. I mean, it's equal, but I would guess Pranav will continue trying to do something. So, Who do you like better, Pranav or Pranav?
I don't know. No, don't have kind of a strong opinion here.
Fair enough. Pranav is not better either. Here I have a strong opinion that Pranav is not going to win this one. Good news is he doesn't have to. He won yesterday.
Yeah, he won yesterday. So another player successfully going through, Pranav.
There's also a different Pranav, but he's not in this tournament.
Yeah, it's incredible how many Grandmasters India gotten. Like 80...
I haven't checked the number there. Up to 100 by now? I recall, was it Divia was the 88th Grandmaster?
88th.
Yeah, and I'm sure
and
others
then
have gotten
they've
the
been
title since.
yeah. It's absolutely incredible. Okay, what else did we check and we have to revisit?
The Sargissian game.
Sargissian game was interesting.
Oh, this went slightly wrong for white. Opposite color bishops, but black looks a bit active now.
Yeah, if you could go a little bit back, and there was a moment where Sargissian missed a funny geometrical thingy.
Let's see where they deviate from
from the course. Yeah,
Gustafsson's aggressive e4 repertoire. I think this is in it, but here you have to go d3. The bishop needs some breathing room. Then, yeah, I think this was the line. Don't ask me why, but it was a line. But he played rook e1, naturally enough, not wanting to give the d-pawn. Now the problem is the knight on d3 will just freeze your entire queen side forever.
Yeah, well, and then you have to make a lot of awkward moves, like queen to b1, knight d5, knight e4, inviting f5, yeah. And here, knight takes, pawn takes, and Sargissian went e4, and there was this knight e1, which I've seen computer pointing out, and I couldn't even understand what's the thing. But apparently, you're threatening knight takes g2 or knight f3 and queen g6, bishop e2.
Bishop
it's
F1.
a beautiful.
Or bishop e2.
Oh, bishop f1. Yeah. If bishop d2, let's say, you take that guy, you go check, and you go bishop e2, right?
That is awkward. Yeah, it's a sick move.
Yeah,
so e4 can't be too terrible, I'm assuming.
No,
but
no.
yeah, the other one was winning, now you're just better.
He drops a significant part of advantage, but he might still win, of course, because in practical game, like, doesn't matter how many extra pawns you have. If you have a weak king in, opposite colored bishops with the queens, it's always terribly unpleasant.
German chess school is not very sophisticated, but that memo we got even in Germany. Like with opposite color bishops, if there's heavy pieces, you want to be the attacker, ideally. Because it's very hard to defend on the light squares with a dark squared bishop.
Some people would claim it to be impossible, even. to make the bishop from c1 control some light squares.
Can't do it. Yeah. Bishop never changes his spots. Okay, so Sargissian doing all right. Let's check back in with the other Argentinian prodigy. Elan Schneider, but no, this didn't go well, did it?
No.
I had a feeling when Ketty was showing us here, Queen a4 check seemed to be winning, more or less.
Yeah, Queen a4 was
knight
winning.
C6, knight e7. And if you miss that chance, Injic is a dangerous guy. Like, you don't want to just give him a dynamic position where the outcome is not certain.
c5, bishop d2, queen h6, and...
Once again, he shied away from Queen a4 check. Probably knows Injic is a dangerous guy and he wants to stop this check. Went knight h3. But looks like these
Queen
knight maneuvers...
h7. And then again, check had to be played. King f1, and finally king goes to e7, and black is...
Here, once again, he had a chance for an aggressive move, pawn to b4, and he's still asking questions, but now...
It's somehow too slow, right? Because bishop, now bishop d7, and you are threatening bishop c6.
Yeah, now black is at least very much in it.
So now, how about this line? So knight to g5.
Oh, that's Elan Schneider? Oh, he also looks tiny. I know he's 14, but he has the prodigy look as well.
Another idea for the pairing. You go the taller guys against the short guys.
Ah,
and then this could be, you know, this could be number one playing with the last seed, right?
Indjic, I believe, is the tallest grandmaster in the world, right? He's like 2'3", somewhere in that neighborhood.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he plays basketball in his spare time.
I'm not sure he does, but he does have the height.
Okay, so how about some funny lines? If white was to go, after bishop d7, if white was to go knight g5, queen h2, and what does white do? I really want to find a line where we take on g2, you know.
Yeah.
Which probably not hard to manufacture, but yeah.
After knight f3,
the knight f3, no, we can't really.
d4 will end.
Yeah. So knight, we have to take on c. Oh, sorry, on f3, bishop f3, bishop d4.
Some bishop somewhere, or bishop c6. Yeah, bishop d4 looks good.
Bishop d4, bishop e3. But it's not much for black. Like at some point, it looked like black should be almost winning. In fact, it might be defendable.
No, but for him, I think the main thing is he's out of trouble. I can't stop looking at this camera feed. If I like chess, I would say this symbolizes the beauty of chess. Now you have this 2'3" established grandmaster, former European champion, against this small, smart-looking kid, and it's still just.
Yes, nothing.
The moves that do
nothing
the
is clear.
Yeah, no, anything could happen. So what happened, Mr. Schneider? If he lost today, it would be 0-0 Schneider. But might not happen.
Wow.
Like 3 people.
Ah, yeah. So that's a big miss. Then I didn't realize he lost game 1. So he was a realistic chance. Would he find this queen a4 and so on? Yeah.
The chance is there because this queen a4, of course. Easier said sitting here with the computer, but it also looks like the way. No, you got the king on d7, your pieces are active. Like go for it.
And I guess like bishop e7, queen a3 could be a hard move, right? Like I mean,
yeah, I guess
if you don't see the whole idea of getting the queen to d6, then bishop e7 looks pointless. You kind of yeah.
Still. This looks so right. I'm sure there are other moves here, even if you miss bishop e7. But nothing simple, yeah? Bishop c3. ed, cd. No, it's not easy at all, but still a missed opportunity.
Oh, wait. I just realized that Elan Schneider is in a big time trouble in this position as well. As early as move 23, he's down to a couple of minutes only.
And it looks to me from the moves, I have no idea, but that he was showing too much respect either for the H-file or for his opponent. Didn't look like he thought, okay, this is my chance to
like at some point, you want to go check and like
defend, play tight, and then take it from there. Knight f3, but yeah, now Indjic. He's not going to lose this. Also, Indjic has half an hour against the 2 minutes. We can stick there. I'll just take a quick excursion to the neighboring board. Another very strong Indian player, S.L. Narayanan. Not to be confused with Srinath Narayanan, Is he winning? Probably not. He did draw the first game too, so this might be headed for tiebreak. I don't know, maybe White has some chances here, but it does look fairly drawish. These endgames, normally if you manage to keep both rooks, you have some chances, but typically Black just harasses one rook until it's forced to exchange itself.
No.
I've played these types of things, but normally you don't get.
Yeah, like if you get, what do you want ideally? Like I guess to get G4 in and.
Yeah, in an ideal world you want G4 before H5, of course, but the problem is.
Yeah, but can you go? Yeah, maybe you go G4 and then Rook C6. Yeah. Rook C6 and then. But even then, right?
No, of course it's a draw, but over the board, yeah, stuff could happen. But yeah, White had Rook C6 here, right? So no reason not to do it. Maxime Lagarde, adding to the name confusion. Many people to this day always think this is Maxime Vacher-Lagrave who suffered a bit of a rating loss. But it is a different French grandmaster.
Also named Maxime.
Yeah. Also named Maxime La. Just not Lagrave. Why is this draw agreed? What's going on here? Black is a piece up, but the knight is trapped, so you
yeah, I guess you go king e2.
You just give the knight back and life goes on. Funny. But he lost. White lost the first game. Didn't even continue here. Okay, I guess. Winning chances are limited.
To your opponent falling off a chair.
Yeah.
Which is non-zero, as we have learned in this studio.
Not falling off. My weight keeps pushing that chair down. You told me the prototype did not make it through the stress test, so replacing this
will take some additional time.
Will not be easy.
Yeah, it takes another round of engineering, and then they build the prototype, and they test it again.
So they need to bring in some heavy people, some stress testing.
Ivan Cheparinov, remember yesterday's beauty was the queen sacrifice.
I do recall that.
So today, it's not like he's in trouble, but he's somewhat slightly worse, maybe. I don't want to exaggerate and make it a lot of drama out of it, but yeah, White can definitely try to play on.
Looks unpleasant. I don't know where White breaks through, but Black won't have fun finding out. Some guys like Ding, they used to just go for these positions, then even exchange the knight and just make a draw, but it's so sad. Like a structure like not this.
Yeah, this eternal knight on c4, and sometimes later on in the endgame it somehow goes even further deeper into your position.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably holding if you don't blink for a very long time. But fun it is not. Cordoba putting some pressure here. There we get a view of the playing hall. I have to say it's a very nice playing hall. No, there's enough space for everybody. It's
getting some more results. It's 2-0 for Idis Gurel here. Already won his game 2 against Yefimov.
Oh, I wouldn't have bet on Gurel getting the 2-0 before Erdogmus.
Yeah, but somehow very quickly this position has fallen apart.
That knight on e7 ended up on c8, where it has even fewer squares than on e7, as we expertly explained. That was its downfall. Why do you resign here? Queen b1,
Bishop f1, the horse is trapped.
The horse is still trapped, yeah, there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah,
what
knights are not great on the edge of the board.
Good job by Gurel, and of course we see many strong players in action here. But the two Turkish youngsters, Erdogmus, Gurel, if you had to do a couple picks of who goes far from the players playing here in round one, they have to be like top 3, top 5 draft picks. No?
Yeah, that's true. And also, again, like they already have massive ratings, but an easy argument to be made that these guys could be potentially quite underrated still.
Sure.
Yeah, and you've probably witnessed Gurel had fantastic performance in European team.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Now let's check though, of course. All these strong players will have a chance, but in particular the guys that are 14 and 16 and 2,650, that's special dark horses. Then again, you also have guys like Artemiev, who used to be 2,760, so to see them return to form would also not shock anybody.
No.
But I'm going, I don't know, so many choices. Also, you want Pranav and Pranish on your
picks list, yeah.
Yeah, but I think I'd get the two Turkish youngsters. Then give me Pranav, Pranish, and then some insurance. Give me Artemiev. Give me one of the established guys.
Yeah, who was so Artemiev? We were surprised to find out that he lost quite a bit of rating. It was somebody else as well that you would not expect to play the first day. Jeffery himself. Yeah. Jeffery Xiong, what's his current rating? 26.49, and that is, I guess, like some 70 points from his maximum.
Yeah. I should add the disclaimer as German national coach that, of course, the German boys will destroy everybody. Just not to sound biased, I didn't pick them here, but Fredrik Svane is crushing already against Orlando Husbands.
So from the German guys, Donchenko has already won. Kollars still playing, and now he's winning actually.
Oh, that
now he's actually
quickly.
winning. I don't know what happened here. So, Black all of a sudden decided.
F6. Oh, he blinked.
Decided to start trading those pawns.
That did not help.
F6.
Still wasn't terrible, but e takes F4 also looks a bit unhealthy. And G5 is that?
G5
is that a board malfunction? Why would you play G5?
I guess because of some knight e5 check, knight d3, you have some
purpose.
Dreams of like getting somewhere, but
F3, knight e5, king f. King f5 is not so easy. Knight g7, but king h5 is the problem.
Yeah, king h5, and then you go after h7 pawn, I guess.
Yeah, you just take. Got it. There we see Dmitry Kollars, Coach Kollars, as we call him, in deep thought.
Yeah, but what's the alternative? To be perfectly honest, it's not clear. Oh, well, like take on e. Actually, if you take on e6, Black has intermezzo gf4. Gf4 and the bishop d5, Black takes on e3, and you are not better.
No, I guess he could go f5, but he should be able to calculate this fg business. This feels promising too, but Compi is not that impressed.
F5 check, king goes, knight f4.
I'm surprised this is not much better for white. This
Knight
looks
D3.
crushing somehow, but apparently it's not.
Wow. Yeah, like I would think f6, king f5 should almost like win.
Yeah.
No. 6, they go king f8, and after king f5...
H5, don't care.
I thought c4 was a must, but no, first you activate your passed pawn.
Very funny, these two bishops and the passer.
And the
like
passer on
completely
f6,
over,
and yeah, nothing really.
So, Dimitri. So we'll have to think a bit. How's our hero of round 1, Daniel Barish, doing? Still putting up a fight. Barish not going away easily.
Yeah, so Ranak still has to work to.
It's not even better, is he? Queen f7 played. Go d5.
Yeah, like the rook on h3 is a little bit offside, but other than that, yeah, white's perfectly functional.
No, it can return to better squares, and we are now returning to Ketty to update us on what we missed.
We do have some updates and results already, and here we have on the board a 17 upset, because this match goes to the tiebreaks tomorrow. It is 1-1, and here we have Robert Hovhannisyan, great master from Armenia. He is very strong and one of the key members of the Armenian national team. His opponent is someone that we don't know much about. He's only 14 years old, another 14-year-old player. He's a FIDE master from Malaysia. And funny enough, I had today lunch on a big table, and he was there. Little I knew he was a participant, because I thought he was a chess fan who just came here, enjoying watching the game and the players, but he was here with his whole family, his parents, and I think even more. It was a group of 5-6 people, and they said they're here for the participant, to take a participant here. So Kavin Mohan, he's from Malaysia. He's only 14 years old, a FIDE master, and he's going to play tomorrow. His tie breaks against one of the top grandmasters, Robert Hovhannisyan. So 2 games and it didn't draw. I analyzed this game briefly. There was basically not that much of chances here for Robert to win. So yeah, that's.
Typically, kids don't get weaker in rapid chess, so Robert probably also not happy with the situation. Strong showing by Kavin Mohan for sure.
Yeah, tomorrow it might be a very long day. So basically we start tie breaks with 15 minutes plus 10 seconds. And if we have draws, then we have a different color. Then we have also less and less time on the clock, and it can go all the way to the blitz games. Looking forward to this match. This is going to be one of the very interesting matchups between young guy against very experienced, strong player. The second game that I want to show to you guys is right next board. David Anton, he won his first game, and I love this game actually, and I prepared myself to come here to show this beautiful tactic, but the moment I came, the game ended in a draw. That's a bit of surprising, but very likely draw was enough for him, and he offered a draw, even though this position is quite nice for black. I'll just show the tactic, what happened here before. So at this point, white decided to attack on the queen side, and also this bishop here on g5 seems like spinning the knight, but basically after a few moves, this bishop here was just hanging. White took the pawn on b6, and the idea was that if you take on g5, then rook comes on a7. Queen is hanging, and it also scans f7 pawn. However, black is so strong here in this position with the pieces, and white has this, struggle on the king side with too many pieces. Black can simply just take here rook to b6 and carry on from here. It is not so bad, even you are missing the queen on the board. Then you can also take the pawn on b5, activate another rook, and just to play like that. So this was the idea here of white. And that's why after AB, Black did not take the bishop here, instead took the pawn here, and white carried on with the idea. So now after bishop to g5, rook to a7, again the pawn is hanging, but black did not really left the queen from b7, instead took the rook. And now we have rook to f6, queen is hanging, and when queen moved away, we have rook to f2, and basically, the white's pieces are just struggling. And for instance, if you do something like h3 here to kick the black's pieces back, we have here something like...
Rook takes f1 now,
yes.
bishop takes bishop e3, this looks
yes.
unpleasant.
And then we do have bishop
There's
e4, knight f2.
King g2, bishop e4 is checkmate. Almost.
Oh, that's a beautiful one, let's show it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was it.
So there is one thing that I'm still not sure is the result of this game.
Yeah, why would he make
Why
a
this
draw there?
happen?
Like, he knows he's winning, and why not collect the rating? I mean, maybe he just thought, okay, I need to get to round number 2 no matter what, and offered. But it's a bit out of character for David Anton, who's a big fighter, confident guy.
No, but could it be that it's just a, just a glitch, or
Maybe
we have it confirmed? Maybe it's a wrong result, and the opponent could just resign here?
Resign and they put the king.
Resign, yeah. It's also not very likely.
And yeah, why would you offer a draw? It's just over.
Yeah, this is...
So it's a bit of mystery, right?
It is a bit of mystery indeed. Well, the one thing is that maybe draw just was enough for him, but most of the chess players...
Rating matters to these guys.
Yes, it does matter. I'm going to just double check with the arbiters what happened here. Sometimes it's the case is that the arbiters putting the kings in the center, and they switch the place, and that might happen. So it was just maybe wrong replacement of the kings. But yeah, anyway, David Anton played a beautiful game today, and he is going to the second round.
Yeah, we'll find out what happened there. Thank you so much, Katy. I believe we have Charlize waiting with an interview, so let's jump right there, see what she's got.
I'm here with Andy Woodward, who has had smooth sailing into the second round of the FIDE World Cup. Andy, your first World Cup, how's the experience been so far?
Yeah, the experience has been pretty great so far. Of course, aside from the chess as well, the hotel and tournament conditions are quite well. I'm looking forward to playing a lot. So.
The knockout format is super intense. That's how players like to describe it. Have you ever played anything like this before?
I don't really have any knockout tournament experience. Yeah, I guess it's my first time playing a tournament like this. So.
Our discussion today in the broadcast is about prodigies in chess, and of course your name comes up in that. And it's a very interesting topic because you have to balance so many things in life, like school, being a kid, being young, and chess. How do you manage all of that?
I mean, I'm not sure if I manage it. I try to manage it. Yeah, I guess I just have to work hard at everything. No matter what it is, so put in all your effort to whatever you're doing.
And with school, are you attending school? You get chess players who completely focus on chess. What's that like in your life?
Yeah, I'm homeschooled, so I have a bit more flexibility for traveling. Most of my school is homework, so I don't have to go to in-person school only one day a week. So yeah, I guess I still do school, but it's just a bit more flexible.
Okay, that's quite interesting. That should work really well. Does your mom help you with that? I know she travels with you to all the tournaments here. She seems like a great support.
Yes, my mom helps me quite a bit with my homework when I need help, so yes.
And Andy, about the knockout tournament, you faced your first opponent today. Kind of an easy ride for you. You knew you were the favorite to win. How far ahead in this bracket do you look, and do you start preparing for future opponents?
I mean, of course I try to take one match at a time. I haven't looked too far into the bracket. I mean, I know who's in my bracket, but I haven't really prepared for many people, mainly focusing on whoever I'm playing.
And what will success be for you in this event?
I mean, success is probably just playing good chess for the rest of the tournament and enjoying the tournament. So, yeah.
Well, thank you, Andy. Hope you do play good chess and enjoy. Good luck.
Thank you.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup, day 2. We have some results coming in. First of all, we should clarify before the break. We were confused about David Anton's final position, and it turns out that David Anton did indeed win his game, because the position looked winning, and the draw probably was due to some misplaced kings. Yagiz Erdogmus, our top seed of this first round, has also won his game. It's up 2-0. We'll have a look at some other results.
Michael Adams has officially finished round 1. He won, so that's 2-0 again. And yeah, there are quite a bit of results. There are some
one-sided.
Yes, some matches are less clear than the others. Raunak Sadwani very likely to be, you know.
But this table is only game 1. No, Erdogmus is already through 2-0, as is Glidura there. And
Michael Adams on this screen.
Yeah, he also won already. So the favorites on the top 12 boards, there is not that many upsets to expect, as we can see here. Daniel Barish is the big hope for the underdogs, still in an equal position. But you mentioned that if we go a little down the list, there are some looming upsets.
On board 28, yes.
Mr. Mendonca, another Indian star, rated 2,620, and
he finds himself in big trouble after making a draw in the first game.
He drew the first game against Wang Shizhu B from China, who I have to admit I haven't heard of, but if it's a Chinese 2400 player you haven't heard of, normally that doesn't put you at peace. That means danger.
Yeah, you should have heard of, yeah. And
indeed, Leon-Luc Mendonca is in a world of hurt here. His pieces are tied up. White doesn't even want to take on d6 necessarily. It's just so hard for black to...
For black it's impossible to make moves, right?
Rook can never move, there's a check. White could even offer the queen exchange and then cash in later. Rook c6 is there. No, it looks really bad. Like, probably go, I don't know, rook to f8.
Rook to f8 to create a threat, and then like you can go queen e3, you can go rook f3. Yeah. All looks terrible.
My screen froze. We're back. I can make moves. Rook to f8. Yeah. Rook f3 keeps control, but even just cynical. Queen e3.
Queen e3, trade the queen.
Forcing the queen exchange, and all of black's problems remain.
Yeah, and it's remarkable how computer doesn't take on d6 at all. Like, you play a move and it goes rook to b7 and, you know, having fun at black's expense.
Telling you is not having fun, it's Leon-Luc Mendonca, because if he loses this game, it looks like he will. He's out of the tournament.
Right. Artemiev made it official, so he wins 2-0.
Yeah. No particular surprise there. His opponent tried everything, sacrificed a piece, but Artemiev was just too strong in that one. Any small talk? Artemiev always very polite. Some confusion about who signs where. The arbiter seems much more anxious than the players.
Okay.
Right.
Wow.
Signed. Relax.
I'm looking at the game of Nils Grandelius, the man who really needs to get the job done before, before 7 o'clock.
6:30, he still has time.
Yeah, but he keeps missing chances. It's interesting how...
It's not even winning, yeah?
After king e2, Well, apparently moving the bishop further away would have won. Okay, the compi says bishop g1, but this is like a freaky move. But just go back to a7.
So you need to go king f4 after.
Yeah, so black is, or rather white is in a Zugzwang of sorts, right? And if, after bishop a7, if you move the knight, then you can enter with king f4, which you cannot do with the bishop on c5, and this is where Nils put his bishop.
So now Damash has to find knight e1, then knight d3.
And he already didn't.
The fortress.
And he already didn't. He went back to d3, and then Nils went bishop b6.
Now you can do all your Zug swanging. And then g2 is not a stable defender, right?
Yeah. So after king e2, how do we actually win?
Can we just go d4? What do you do? c4?
d4, c4. King d6 and infiltrate from the other side, yeah? I guess, yeah.
Okay, so Nils' schedule might get disrupted, but he will make it to the second round.
That's for sure.
Anything else to pay attention to? Let's check back in with Divia, shall we?
Yeah, true. She had not an easy game against Stamatis, and yeah, she's still worth.
Yeah, but she's fighting. Like, still not great. What's the time situation? This is move 36. They're both down to a couple minutes, so we can stick around for a bit. See what happens.
Yeah, at least now you can kind of, I don't know, speculate how black wins, right? I mean, white skips a few moves, you bring stuff to the g-file.
And on the g-file, e4 is hanging, some d5. Start with bishop h6, pin.
Yeah, pin the horsey.
Also, I think you have to, because probably you don't want to allow knight takes g6 either way.
Yeah.
But the clock is ticking, 1 minute 30. For Divia. These 30 seconds per move, they might sound comfortable, but with writing down the moves, I never found it's a lot of time. Like, you write down your move, then you look at the board, then you look at the clock, you have 12 seconds, then you panic a bit, then you make some random move with 5 seconds.
Yeah, that's
not like a blitz game where you're very
blitz
relaxed.
Game, you're in a rhythm.
Half a minute per move in a blitz game is an eternity, but with this writing down, it's very different. Technically, you're allowed to skip half a move, right? I mean, if your opponent moves, you can reply and then write down.
Write down both moves.
Yeah, bishop h6 played.
Bishop h6 played.
Fighting. Kourkoulos-Arditis. It's fun to say Stamatis, Kourkoulos-Arditis. Still has work to do here. He mentioned he didn't like the Greek heat. So probably won't like the Indian heat either.
Yeah.
Divia bringing the heat here with a pin. But white is still better. Compi gives bishop e3 though, which I'm not sure. Is that obvious? It is obvious to Kourkoulos-Arditis.
But wait, but what is...
Allowing bishop takes
the
e4,
trick is, I guess, some knight e6, right?
Jumping is happening. Knight e6.
Knight e6, queen to...
7 takes. And why don't we resign? f5. Oh, that's tough to spot. So she can actually take on e4. But this is very difficult to spot.
So bishop e3, bishop takes pawn.
Then f5 regains stuff. But she took on... Where did she take? She took something. She took on
took
f4
the
instead.
knight.
Now white is fairly stable again, right? e4 is defended.
Yeah, but...
g2 is defended. The bishop, worst case, can take.
I guess it's understandable because your dark square bishop was such a bad piece for a long time, so you just
you worry about
trade.
knight e6, knight takes g6, so yeah.
So you trade it, you have the square on e5, kind of a stronghold, so white is better, obviously, but black...
So with the c-file, the black king will never be super safe. White.
So what you want to do is somehow be able to attack e4, right? So
how exactly?
Rook f to e7 for now, and then maybe find the right moment, if it's there, to move this knight. But easier said than done.
Don't really believe it anymore. Looks like White's position is so much more stable. Whenever you move something else gonna be under attack.
Yeah, right. This h5 is constantly hanging.
Okay, but still, Rook f7 played.
Yeah, so
following
F7.
Our advice. Kourkoulos-Arditis also has more time, 3 minutes. He can take a moment here. This is already move 38, so only 2 more moves to make.
So that means, like, everywhere, wherever the game is going, they either pass the time control or they are in a big time trouble, right? Regrettably, with 78 games, we cannot really follow
all the time troubles. So you gotta pick one.
And we've picked this particular one.
Yep. What's Divia's clock situation? 41 seconds. Yeah, not a lot of time to think, but it's not like it's desperate to make 2 moves. The problem is the position is not great, and if you get past the time control, then White will have the more stable position and a lot of time to think. Still, odds are very bad for her to make it out of this.
Still tall order to produce anything.
I hold a grudge against Kourkoulos-Arditis that he's not aware of, but 2 years ago we were very close with the German team to win the European Team Championship, and all Kourkoulos-Arditis had to do
is to
make a draw from a winning position against Injic. All we needed was a draw.
It wasn't even like the German players were not involved.
No, we weren't involved.
He
it
had
was the match Greece-Serbia. We had won our match 2.5.
Right.
And all he had to do was not lose his winning position, but he did lose it, and we did not forget. Rook cd1. I don't think he did it to hurt the German team, but it was painful.
Rook c to d1. Yes, so now I guess like he go queen to e8, or can he do immediate knight f7? Well, the answer is no.
Can, but what does it do, right? Queen d5. Yeah, queen e8.
Yeah, queen e8.
You're 2 for 2, predicting devious.
Devious moves, yeah. But
devious and devious.
I wonder if it's like, so usually when commentators guess the moves of the players, it's one of the two. It's either we are in a good form or it's bad for them if they're making moves we are suggesting.
Well, I have Stockfish running, so if they're making the moves I'm suggesting, it's normally good news for them. But yeah, it's a mixed bag. Often, sometimes as a commentator, when you don't suffer from the time trouble and you can just spit out natural moves, I mean, it's not a worse situation than being a player. Of course, as a player, you're a bit deeper in the details of your own game.
Yes, and now the problem is like you have way too many weaknesses, because like the only scenario I can see that Black is sort of starts playing for a win if he confiscates e4 and not dropping anything in return, and it's just not happening. Like, so basically you have to play knight f7 and then White just passes. Yeah, knight f7 played, yeah, and then
no, I think just queen h4, no, to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
f6, h5.
Queen h4 is a very good move.
If rook takes e4, maybe there's bishop d3 or some violence, but he just takes, and if queen takes f6. White just keeps control. But there were better moves. Yeah. Okay, they've made the time control, but Divia's position remains pretty sad. Let's check in with Facundo Vázquez next to Injic playing against Rasmus Svane. Yeah, Rasmus is doing. Rasmus thinks small advantage, shuffling the pieces.
Yeah,
he only needs to draw, won't be too unhappy.
What else Elan Schneider against Indic, I think, was this fun game. Think it will eventually peter out to a draw after all the funsies now we have.
But now it's White again who's on the slightly better side. Question mark. Cover the pawn.
Yeah, like king e3 and yeah, the a pawn might be dropping. Well, the problem is like with 4 rooks, it's usually like so hard. These passed pawns are not like worth very much. So
Black has enough
h1 and like you start basically just start attacking. I guess rook d1, king e2, rook whatever, b1, c1. C1 for whatever. Yeah, well, it's interesting. Now that I checked with the computer, for some reason you need specifically rook c1 in this position.
Why does it make a difference?
That's a big thing. If you go rook b1, is not as good. Which is very confusing if you ask me.
Maybe you need the c3 square, yeah? Like whatever, rook g5, rook b2, king e3. And you don't have rook c3.
Check, king e3, rook c3, and then you will take the d3 pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, but again, rich move 40, that means...
we no longer care. You made it out of the time trouble, you're on your own.
Yeah.
Sorry, Elan Schneider.
Okay, somebody who struggles to win is Daniel Yufa. Again, he made the draw in the first game, and now at some point he was like much better / winning. But again, I mean, you can win this position, but it's also like not easy at all.
Canadian, right? This name I've heard before. Tavandi Run. Not sure we have him on camera. But no, this looks drawn, no? Black always has g4 check to be annoying if needed. Rook a1, just cover the pawn, no?
So takes, rook a1, we just go bishop c7, right? We don't do anything silly, right?
I guess White plays g4 and shuffles around, but it doesn't look like there's enough to work with. There we see Daniel Yufa and whatever it is, that light blue shirt.
Yeah.
No.
Somehow.
Tiebreak, sir.
Looming.
And Donsha, on the other hand, is dreaming of a tiebreak. Oh, but hang on. This is no longer so clear. Just as we said he was out, he pulls us back in. Oh, rook e4.
Wait, but how did it happen? So we've seen bishop b3, bishop f8 was played, and now it was a moment to take the rook, after all.
There was one.
After all, it was a moment to take a rook. So rook f3,
completely winning. Queen
knight f6, queen g6 would have won.
Queen takes e5 was a bit much, now then rook e8, and all of a sudden black has come to play.
Black has ideas. Yeah, queen e1, king h2, and now rook to e4. Wow. And you actually have to find, rook e4, and there is rook e3. Which
maybe
isn't...
you find that out of necessity, because...
Yeah, otherwise you're just like scared.
Queen looks scary.
Yeah, rook e3, and what's the trick here? So if rook takes f4, you take on e1, and...
He's still in control.
Yeah.
Takes, pawn takes. Here there's nothing. Apparently it's still bad. Looks less clear than it used to, but Compy does not care.
Yeah, well, let's say black goes queen e2, and then threatens this knight g4, knight f2 nonsense.
Where queen e2 directly after king h2.
After queen g3, no. I mean, in all this line, when you say queen e2, and it is winning, but with moves like rook c4 or rook c8. Yeah, like I guess rook c8 is relatively. By the way, I don't understand how rook c8 is winning. Rook c8. Oh, because of course you go to g1 and you're not scared, right? Queen f3 is a good one, yeah.
Wang Shizu B, still in control. Is the B part of the name, or is that like a...
It's always A, B, like...
Li Chao B situation. Where
what is Li Chao B situation, by the way? I always was wondering why he's Li Chao B.
I think there's another Li Chao who was first in the rating list. He's weaker, but he's still Li Chao A. So Li Chao B had to be Li Chao B.
Yeah, because I remember we were fetching some jokes, like imagine being rated like 27, 50, and you're not even main Li Chao.
Yeah, you're Li Chao B. And again, the world champion is Gukesh D, right?
So you're suggesting there are at least 3 more Gukeshes?
I don't think there's Gukesh ABC. That's for his father's name.
Right. Can see some games that are not officially over, or maybe just lagging in translation, but are completely, like the positions are completely done. Salem should be.
He won yesterday from his bad position.
He won yesterday from the bad position. Today, for a change, he's winning from his good position.
Yeah, that's what typically happens. You can't give the favorite too many favors. Yeah, Divia. Now it's time to think. Can look at the position in peace, but it's not a fun position to look at. Took off the glasses.
Yeah, all of that happened. Queen went to h4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. On the
no good solutions
top
there.
boards, no surprises whatsoever. Well, Jeffery Xiong made a draw, and that is kind of good enough.
Yiheng hung in there still. Jeffery Xiong qualifying, but what a showing by Li Yiheng, rated 1994, playing 2 proper Grandmaster games
against a very strong player. Yeah.
We have to remember the name, as Mark told us yesterday. Not sure I'll manage, but we will meet him again.
Yeah.
Great performance by Li Yiheng. Yeah, the other boards looks like the favorites will come through. Also, for this first round, we've been doing it all wrong, because the top boards, the first 12 boards, really are the most boring ones, with the 650 difference. While if you go all the way down, you don't lose that much rating when it comes to the stronger players. Just the weaker players get a lot
much stronger. Yeah.
Like on board 73, you have Vladislav Kovalyov, who's a pretty good chess player. Last time I checked, and he's losing to Paul
Felton. So that'd be 1-1 then?
Yeah. Yesterday, Kovalyov won
this crazy game where he was lost.
Yeah. Now he's losing. Not sure how over this is, but it's bad for sure. King f7 is not how you do it. So you give some checks to cover the pawn, I guess.
Yeah, I guess you have to. So what's the objective? You have to keep the b pawn and somehow win the f pawn, right?
Yeah. Now we're threatening to. Kind of. No, we have to keep the b pawn, because as the whole chess world learned a couple of years ago from table bases,
you don't need the
h and g is actually a draw.
I'm still not sure if I would make it.
Or the board. I wouldn't resign if the opponent has g and h.
Yeah, you're down to connected pass pawns.
It's pointless.
So one other bit of absolutely pointless computer knowledge, right? Yeah, I mean, what's the practical. Yeah, I mean, I guess you won't resign anymore, but yeah,
No,
I believe
but I
like
know before
very
this was
often-
public knowledge, I once had this. I had the G&H pawn and the queen versus the queen. And I won, and I remember it wasn't that easy. I thought it was due to me being an idiot, but it was never in any doubt that I should just win, you know? Improve
Yeah,
the
of
position,
course.
slowly advance the pawns, don't allow checks. And then I was shocked to learn this is a draw. What we're talking about is if all the other pawns disappeared and black would remain with the G5 and H6 pawn and queens on the board, normally these positions are a draw. And there are these things called table bases, which have figured out all positions with up to, 7 pieces, yeah? So
Yeah, 7 pieces.
we know
but
with certainty what's a draw and what's not there.
And it's amazing how, you know, this table basis like completely changed perception on so many things. Because I remember like, one of the first things when they got introduced, I was watching some game, queen and pawn versus queen endgame, and like from human point of view, you just don't know. So some checks, kings running, and so on and so on. And the evaluation goes checkmate in 63, 62, 61, draw.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, there was draw for 5 moves, and then you're back to lost, and you wouldn't be able to tell.
No, I recall we were watching this, what was it, Caruana-Carlsen World Championship match. And there was some endgame that had gone a bit wrong for Magnus in some Petrov, and the score was even. And randomly, somewhere in the middle of this endgame, we were a bit worried working for Magnus. Computer showed something like mate in 27 or something.
Whoa.
So that was upsetting. It was a draw in the end. Yeah, we're all just slaves to mighty machinery.
All right.
Then again, if you're sitting there over the board, you still just gotta, think and figure stuff out. So it's
I'm checking those lower boards, and look, Jobava, for example, who won yesterday, he's in a big trouble.
Sounds unlike him.
As in, he loses.
He's missing a piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no coming back from that.
Yeah, and somehow d4 doesn't make it in the list of kind of playable moves, strangely. But yeah, d4, knight e4. The answer is relatively simple. Yeah. You're threatening rook f1, by the way. And some checkmates.
Yeah, this won't end well.
So that means, again, another potential tiebreak. And then who else? Player next to him, Indian Grandmaster Diptayan Ghosh, has made 2 draws.
Badur does not look thrilled with the situation.
Yeah, after winning such a beautiful game yesterday. Now he
has to play at least 6 games against Cardoso. So it's Cardoso.
6 times.
Yeah.
Wow. Right. Wait. Ganguly has won, from what I understand. Yeah.
Ganguly is actually playing. Yeah, I saw him with the whole family. I wasn't sure if he was a participant or here in some other capacity. But he is, of course, playing. Wow, wins 2-0. No problems.
But Diego Flores is probably... I mean, there is a chance he comes back. Oh, there's a very good chance he comes back after yesterday's blunder of a piece.
This looks winning. This looks like some old Karpov-Kasparov endgame.
Yeah, like I'm still surprised with, let's say, the sheer numbers what computer gives. Like this one's +3. During the game, you wouldn't think it's +3. You'd
it's
say
winning, the number goes anywhere.
Pawn up.
I think good winning chances, but who knows?
Yeah.
Okay. Sebastian Bogner.
Sebastian Bogner made the draw in game 1 and likely to make a draw in game 2.
Yep. Tiebreak against Titas Tremavicius. Emre Can, popular German football player.
And also, like he's slightly better, but draw is not that unlikely, and he made a draw in round 1.
Yeah, okay, but now we're in the rating range where they have the same ratings pretty much. So a lot of tie breaks will be coming from this group. Petrov against Mkhitaryan, similar spot. Also, of course, once the ratings get closer, people get sometimes a little risk-averse, especially in the first round. You want to fill it out.
Precisely, and the rating difference is 3 points.
Yeah, but you can tell by looking at the position. Black looks 3 points stronger here. Like
he didn't double his points.
He didn't double those. Might just win this. I would guess it's theoretically a draw, but fun it is not.
No, not at all. And is it a draw? That's a good question. If it's
one of those where maybe black is close to a win, but I'd always be scared to lose it with black. I would heroically give all my kingside pawns, bring the king over, and then I'd lose. But objectively, it looks like black might actually be winning here.
So if it's king e6 and a check and king d5 and back, right? You just take, you go rook b3, and you probably...
Sorry, I made 10,000 random moves here, but it's close for sure.
Yeah. So, Compi was giving some rook before f4 idea.
What idea?
Before this check, so it went king e6, rook b4, and maybe it's I'm not sure, like maybe it's a clever way. Rook b4, rook takes, and then f4, so to exchange the double pawn and then put the rook behind. I'm not sure how good, like if it's a good idea.
Chess cultured for me.
Also quite sophisticated, yeah, I agree.
That's too complicated. People are switching off, so let's bring some action back to the show, and we'll switch to Katy with a more exciting looking position there.
Well, this is the position that I found very interesting. I don't know how much you analyzed this game, if you analyzed. So this is board 54, and we have here with white pieces Alexander Matlev against Santiago Avila Pavas. It was quite complicated position. White was attacking on the queen side. Black was aiming on the king side, and let's see what happened here. c5 has been played. White decided to give up the pawn on h2, and after taking here, White totally ignored all the threats that Black set up on the king side and tried to push the pawn on the b5. And here we have this sequence where Queen got into the game, gave up this knight back. Knight was actually given. Now the g2 pawn is hanging. That's going to be a checkmate. So White played bishop to g1. The queen from here can guard the pawn on g2. And after queen to h1, the queen was hanging. Queen f2 has been played. So far, it looked like to me that, okay, White is holding this. There's no checkmate. The pawns are just pushing on the queen side. Black made bishop to c8 move to bring this bishop here on this diagonal to aim on h3 squared. Maybe somewhere to play knight g2, bishop h3. That's a sneaky move that Black played, actually. Bishop to c8.
Yeah.
Miro, would
you're threatening bishop h3 at once. Yeah. This is what
bishop
I've realized.
Yeah,
bishop h3 at once. And
it's a brilliant move. I did not really see that happening in this game when I was making the moves I had. There's h3, but I think knight g2 or bishop h3 is so powerful here. White played rook to...
Oh, isn't that hanging the queen? Or probably didn't miss it. But.
Yeah, you want to solve one problem that you have on h3 square, but actually there was a really bad blunder. There was a move 35. We could predict that there was already time pressure here.
Yeah, and I think I might have an idea why this was blundered, because like I see computer says White is totally fine and goes knight e2, but if you could go knight e2 and go knight c2 or knight d2 doesn't really matter. Knight d3 traps the queen.
Ooh,
and you have
look
to
at that.
see knight g3 and reply. Pawn takes, queen takes, and white's actually better.
Yeah.
You see, so I imagine like you're short on time, you're a little bit panicking, and then you just play rook e1, some random move that.
Oh, that's a brilliant move. Let's show once again. So knight e2, that was the only move, according to the engine. After knight d3, queen seems to be trapped, and you have here this beautiful knight sacrifice.
Yep.
That's
H takes,
that's
queen
really
takes, and white's probably even like winning that much better.
No more threats. White seems to be safe. The pawns are there attacking on that side.
He just surrendered the queen, but the game goes on, though.
The game goes on. So after rook e1 blunder, black took this rook, and here you cannot take with the queen because there is a checkmate. So white was forced to take it with the king, and now we have knight d3 fork. And here the game actually continued. White is hoping that there is something on the queen side with the pawn being on b6. Here we have knight e7 check, and after king to f8, it is now white to move. Sadly, this bishop is blocked here on g1 by the king. If this bishop could just get into the game, that might be something. The computer says -2.8. That's not a big advantage for having extra queen on the board.
I think it will do. No, I'm disappointed in Grandmaster Motilyov. He should be playing proper old man chess, like defend everything on the king side. You don't want these time scrambles with these crazy tactics. And this is the only idea black has, to go d5 and attack h2 with the bishop on c7 and the queen on b8 earlier. So defend a little, like even before that we go to move 25 or somewhere.
Yeah.
Or what? One earlier. Don't allow this d5 and h2 is hanging. Come on.
Yeah.
You know better than that. So
drop the bishop to g1.
We can't enter. Yeah. Put the bishop on g1. Move the queen to f2. We can't enter these crazy complications against kids. He did this to himself. But then in time trouble you can miss stuff. But he didn't keep control against the hedgehog. So I'm very disappointed.
Yeah, this might be another potential match in the tie breaks tomorrow. We're going to see the game is still continues. They have reached 40 moves, so they have increment. What can we assess here in this position? What are the chances for white to survive?
I don't believe that the queen with the open king. I don't think
somehow. Yeah, it's
big chances.
I don't even know why computer is not giving a bigger advantage, because the pawns are not getting anywhere basically. It's black pawns which will be moving forward, like f6, g5. You know, lift everything. Like king goes to g6, and then slowly black should just win.
Yeah, no, he should try, but it's hard to believe. Can come back from this. All right. That was an exciting game, though. So many tactics in chess. Thank you so much, Katy. We have to switch to Charlize, who I think is waiting with Edis Gurel for an interview.
I'm here with Edis Gurel, who has gone through to the second round of the FIDE World Cup. This is your second time at a World Cup. This time you have gone through from the first round. Tell me how you feel.
I obviously feel great. My first World Cup was in 2023, and unfortunately I got knocked out round 1. Even though I gave quite a good fight, I think I made it to tie breaks, and then I lost 2-0. So we can say I'm happy to pass the round 2.
A lot has changed for you since 2023. I mean, you've grown up so much, playing so much chess. Other than your rating, how do you think you've improved as a player since that World Cup compared to now?
Yeah, in that World Cup, if I remember correctly, I was 25-12, and now I'm 26-48. I think I improved a lot. I mean, I can clearly see it from my moves, also from my play, and I think also I'm a bit more mentally stable now, so I can do things better. And hopefully it goes well in this World Cup.
Is there any special preparation you do for an event, a knockout event like this, that you prepare differently compared to other tournaments?
Well, yeah, obviously, especially after you win round 1, you think a little bit like if I should make a draw, so you play a little bit with less risk, let's say. So you're very okay to make a draw, but other than that, I'm just preparing to my opponents like how I prepare in normal tournaments.
And we've been talking today in the studio about prodigies in chess, the young up-and-coming players, and you, of course, are one of them as well. How do you see yourself fit in that conversation?
Well, okay, I mean, thanks for putting me in prodigies group. I'm growing a little old. Right now I'm 16, okay, I'll be 17 in next month. I think so far I'm doing quite good. It would be great if I can just keep this going. And I just want to play good moves.
And your mom is here. We have a very cute video of her taking photos of you before the round. How do you enjoy that support of having her here? What does that mean to you?
Yeah, I go to every tournament with my mom. She helps a lot. You know, she prepares my food. You know, she packs my suitcase. Also, this dress, you know, she makes me wear it. So, also, she's very good at taking photos. I think you can see from that video too. You know, yeah, she means a lot to me.
So she takes care of everything. You just take care of the chess.
Yes, basically, I just only care about chess part, and the rest my mom is doing. So it helps a lot.
It's very sweet. Tell me how you're enjoying Goa here in India.
Yeah, it's certainly an interesting experience. I've never been to India, and I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully it will be great here.
Thank you so much, Edis, and good luck for the second round and the rest of your event.
Thanks a lot.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout, where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
I'm on a quest to explore the history of Goa. A land steeped in diverse and intersecting cultures and traditions.
I think this is one of my favorite pieces of art in the city.
Here, influences from multiple faiths coalesce in beautiful ways. From religious sites to charming villages and vibrant streets. Watch postcards from Goa on National Geographic.
The most prestigious tournament in chess has come to India, the home of chess.
अरे यार देगी अरे क्यों चालियो घोड़ो
Yes! 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 Chess, 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 chess. खेल ये हमारा है. आओ दुनिया वालों ये वेलकम तुम्हारा है. अपना गेम भारी है. हैंडशेक की बारी है. अब इंडिया बोलेगा. It's your move. It's your move. गोवा कर रहा है वेट. It's your move. Come, don't be late. It's your move. तो कोई खोद.
चतुरंग के सारे रंग सदियों से हैं अपने संग. शतरंज बिछता है हर आंगन. विश्व को दिया हमने विश्वनाथन.
डंका बजा है गोवा सजा है. खेल जमेगा खूब. It's your move. हो न जाए checkmate. It's your move. check में भी होगा just. It's your move. गोवा कर रहा है wait. It's your move. Come, don't be late. It's your move. Esto todo. It's your move. एक दो ढाई. It's your move. It's your move. It's your
The FIDE World Cup 2025, starting from 31st October to 27th November in Goa, India.
It's your move.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Move by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again, this time in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.
And we're back. Day number 2 of the FIDE World Cup. Many results are in. Most of the favorites, not surprisingly, made their way through to round number 2, where the big guns will be joining them. But we've seen quite a few 1-1s, which means there will be tie breaks tomorrow before round number 2 starts, day after tomorrow. Miro, anything that caught your attention?
Well, some results that are already in, and the game that we were discussing, Daniel Berish, and finally it was time to be bearish on Daniel Berish. He did lose.
Out.
Yeah, he did lose.
What happened there? Oof,
he kept a very good fight, but then eventually blundered something, and we might be showing this one.
Look at the results first, but he's gone. There we can see it. Ronak Sadvani. Was a scare, but he made it through.
Yeah.
As did all the other favorites on these screens, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, Colors is still playing, but he's completely winning.
Queen up, and Nils will also eventually win. Those are the remaining top boards, as usual. You see there. Faustino Oro is still involved in a big fight against Ante Brkic, so we could jump there. Max Varmadam also still chipping away there in the purple shirt. How's Fausti doing when we're ready?
Fausti, the position is equal. Equal with F4 and I guess some sort of a direct repetition.
The sequence actually more or less intuitive. Here you go F4. King D2 or King D4, but let's say King D2.
Knight D4, King E2, and then Knight G3 is a perpetual. Okay, Rook C2 you can go, but Knight G3 is also a perpetual.
2. Okay, he's not going to win, but it does look like a tiebreak is the most likely outcome there for Argentinian prodigy Faustino Oro. And I can see Max Varmadam involved in a dispute with the arbiter. What is going on there?
We have a result which is a draw.
But he doesn't look thrilled. Is this like a 3-move repetition? What's going on there?
Yeah, looks like it was a 3-fold repetition, which was...
It was also worse early on.
Rook E1, Bishop F2, Rook F1.
Okay, let's count. So B5. We have this position one time.
Bishop D4 we have it the second time, and then after Rook F1 black can claim, yeah.
So he's claiming, and looks like the claim did go through in the end. That means what? Draw and tiebreak?
Yep,
yeah,
2 draws and the tiebreak.
For the Dutch player. And the camera has a Nils bias. There we are with Nils Grandelius playing against his #1 fan, the man who told him on arrival that he loves all of Nils' chessable courses. Not sure this will feature in Nils Grandelius' 10 greatest endgames, but it looks like it's still winning. Yes?
Yeah, it's still winning.
B2 pawn is too weak.
So
Knight is silly. Doesn't have
Knight can't move really. And it's amazing how you can go F4 and get rid of this one pawn, but...
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Here, yeah, you just keep getting pushed back. Somewhat surprising that this just seems hopeless, but yeah, the knight is too restricted. And, oh, this is cute. Knight C1, you win by bishop takes B2. King takes and
you
king
go
D4.
to D4, and knights are notoriously bad stopping rook pawns. Yeah.
Okay.
So he'll eventually get there, I guess.
He'll get there, but not in time for dinner and sleep at 9 p.m. So he's paying a hefty price.
For not winning earlier. Yeah.
The Colors game, he has a queen up, which is generally a good thing in chess. C-pawn, you still gotta pay some attention, but I guess with the white king so close, it shouldn't be too hard.
Pranav has won. Yeah.
Pranav won, but Pranesh, how's
Pranesh made a draw. It was this 3 pawns each rook endgame.
So he's also through. Yeah, that was that. Okay.
Cheparinov is still playing, but I guess he won't lose this one.
And Divia is hanging in there. Still not great, but looks like her situation has improved since last time we checked, which wasn't that long ago. Knight g5, takes, rook e5.
Queen went to h4, and black can even capture on a5.
She's still very far from actually winning this game, which she would have to do. But hanging in there she is.
Yeah. But I guess, yeah, like you have to take one of the pawns, right?
Can we take the other guy, or is that...
Yeah, rook e4, rook e4, and then... Yeah, I guess queen...
Nothing direct, just... White is still better with a safer king, yeah?
Yeah. Right next to them, Rasmus Xuan is still playing, but that is this like maneuvering, very technical game.
Come on, Rasmus. Do something. Not sure he has to do something. He did win the first game. So probably he will sort of be playing for a win, but not
burning the bridges
too aggressively. And if you have to go g5 here, and the king has to cover this square, the knight jumps. White is actually not better, is he? Black setup looks very stable. b4 gives up this square.
Yeah, the rook on c5 anchored with the pawn, so you cannot really make black trade the rooks voluntarily.
Maybe it's time to look for a move repetition. Let's say 1.5 is fine. Next round.
Yep.
What else is going on? Nair won. Darda is doing overtime. The Belgian star, but he won the first game.
Yeah,
He's not going to lose
will.
this one either.
He will advance through. Pansulaya has lost his pet line.
Yeah, should stop doing that. Enriquez made a comeback, won the game on demand to level the scores. Cute finish here, actually. Look at this. Not exactly forced, but beautiful. Rook e8 check, queen takes.
And queen to d6
checkmate.
checkmate.
Is checkmate. Let's look at what happened to Pansulaya against one of the players featured in the poll we had today, Ivan Zemlyansky, who will probably be very disappointed. He came in last in the poll. He only got 6%. The question was, which of these chess prodigies will achieve more in their chess career? Was won by Erdogmus, 42%, just edging out Faustino Oro, who's about my height after this chair dropped again, with 40%. Then Andy Woodward started a last-minute campaign with the interview and the homeschooling and how he's focused on chess, but it only got him to 13%. And Ivan Zemlyansky finished with 6%, which I'm not sure is a judgment on his chess skills, but probably he's just less known than the other guys, frankly. But yeah, he did crush Pansulaya here in this exchange sacrifice line that maybe... Actually, Pansulaya had a good position. We can't even blame the opening. He was creating all kinds of threats.
Yeah, it was a messy game at some point, yeah. So knight to d... Yeah, black had full compensation, it seems.
Yeah, where did he go wrong? Hang on, here he's still fine. Compy says he should have played f5, after which he's even better than knight d7. He started with this, allowing this.
And queen g3 was a particularly bad one.
This turned the tables, or allowed white to seize complete control.
The chair.
Also, I feel silly doing this every 3 minutes, but to keep sitting like this also feels silly. So I don't know how to get out of this chair conundrum. Okay, good job by Zemlyansky. Andy Woodward we've covered. Niklas Huschenbeet, another German player, crushing Belasene after drawing yesterday. That's the risk you take if you more or less force a draw with the white pieces.
Yeah.
You might struggle in the black game. Not saying playing with white is greater EV, but yeah, this looked smooth for Huschenbeet. I don't know where to go. Back to Fausti?
I guess, but if F4 is played, that probably means the game will be over very soon. His compatriot Elan Schneider playing Indich, but it looks fairly drawish as well. Which would mean Indich is through, the tallest grandmaster.
Yeah, still a pawn up, but nah, black's too active. Checkmate, king f5, rook d3.
Yeah, king f5, e5, you know, black is very, very well coordinated.
Never losing. All right. We'll need some input. There we see young master Schneider.
King back to g2.
King out of the danger zone.
King g2, but then there should be many ways for black. Black is just not worse.
Nah. This will not be lost by Indich. So he's going to be through. I don't know. It's too many games. It's hard to cover 78 games. Even if you did a valiant effort, which clearly.
Sargissian has made a draw. He didn't win.
Oh, that was this crazy game?
Yeah.
Mr. Sargissian.
I don't know how it happened that he didn't win. He didn't go f4 and then somehow traded the queens. That honestly, he didn't put enough effort, it seems.
I know, this is not the game, right?
26.
Yeah, I know, but on my screen it says this is the Sargissian game. Ah, no, it's switching.
So the moment when we were declaring how unpleasant it is, and then in a couple moves he simplified everything.
We gave all these speeches about attack and opposite color bishops. But the speeches were right, just he didn't make the right moves.
So f4 was...
Queen h6.
Black is winning?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now, what is it? It's already draw agreed. Okay. Draw was enough, though. People are trying to win, but they're not, like, gonna go crazy if they're up 1-0, right? If it's a draw,
true.
it's a draw.
You're still satisfied, yeah.
Yeah.
So the round, well, at least the games that we were covering, mostly over. So there is still Nils, and there is...
Nils and Divia, those are our best bets. Divia is now in an end game. She's defended very nicely, but...
Yeah, like winning this position is a big, big problem, of course.
Maybe the d-pawn.
Yeah, you trade on e4 and then you somehow misplace the rook and black goes d5, and that is probably...
Still not sure you're winning, but at least you could see some scenarios. So, is anybody you're rooting for? Any of your close personal friends or people you've worked with? Like, who are you supporting?
In this part of the tournament, I'm not sure. Like, okay, the new Spanish guys, I guess, Yufa, Chigayev. I mean, I know them personally and want them to do well. So that'd be it, I guess. Okay, Jan Turks as well. because I've started a bit of relationship with Turkish Chess Federation now living in Turkey, so of course also interested in them doing well. But yeah, if I had to pick a player who I badly want to win the tournament, that would be Levon Aronian. I don't know if it's how realistic that is, but
he's done it twice, no? He's the only... What was it? The only player in the field who's won this event before, and he did win it twice.
He won it twice, yeah.
Of course. He's a very old man nowadays at age 42, however old he is. But he did win some tournaments earlier this year, if I recall, so there's still some life in old Levon. But I don't know. It's so hard to even pick a favorite in this event, because 20 people, I wouldn't be surprised at all if they won. Of course,
something I have to mention, that this endgame of Nils Grandelius definitely is not making into his chessable course.
He bungled it.
Yep. He went A2, King B2, King C4, and now you just take, apparently.
That looks doable. Takes
King
goes back.
No, I mean, then the king just goes to E2,
goes to E2, and you shake hands.
Wait, and if he goes King D3, is it any trickier?
Sorry,
King D3 instead of King takes pawn at the end. Yeah.
Do you do that
King
when
D3,
you're up 1-0 and let the B pawn run?
F4.
F4 is sort of forced. So yeah, black is not really risking anything.
King E4, pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, and is there any?
To find some moves.
Yeah, you have to. Okay, B5 is logical, and this is the moment you go H4.
And G4, H5, and you're just in time to queen as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so stuff can still happen.
Yeah, queen
here,
queen, and then.
No, the way I did it, we actually.
You end up down a piece, yeah.
Bishop and queen. So it's decision time for Nils. Go King D3, try to win this, or go King takes B4
and have a dinner.
Make your bedtime. And still make it to the second round. Of course. It's a chess game. I'm joking about this. If players see any chance of winning a game without additional risk, they will happily play for 2-3 more hours.
Of course they will take the chance.
Very much so. So let's read out some results. Erdogmus wins. Jeffery Xiong wins. Rodshtein wins. Artemiev wins. Adams wins. Nils still working, but he's going to the next round. I'm not sure if he's going to win. Jospem wins as well. Yeah. All the higher-rated guys showing why they're higher-rated, making it through.
Yeah, what is the highest board that we don't have a winner after 2 days? It's hard to point out.
Tie-break situation,
Tie-break situation.
Daniel Barish let us down.
Yeah, Cheparinov, if he somehow loses, that would be...
Xiong, board 17.
Board 17, yeah.
Mohan, the talent from Singapore, against Xiong.
A player from our list, right?
Yeah. Kids to the rescue.
Tari is still playing, but he won game 1, and I know he drew game 1, by the way, but now he has a winning position, aka Lucena.
So it was like Donald Trump. First round was 50% Tari, second round is 100% Tari.
Changes the Tari.
Yeah, Tari was changed, doubled.
Taris. Yeah.
Come on, Nils. Play King D3. What do you have to lose?
We have a different game though, right?
Yeah, just clicking around randomly. We're back. Mohamed Damaj is nervous, but optimistic.
Yeah, maybe not winning the game, but making a draw against his favorite
against his hero.
Favorite chessable author.
And you can tell with Nils, he looked relaxed, cool, calm and collected at the start of the game, but now he's sweating, tired, shaking his head, hungry, needs coffee.
Misses his bedtime, as he tells.
So he has to count all these pawn races, h4, g4, h5, trying to make sure he's not risking that white queen's first. Then maybe he's going to go, okay, whatever, king takes b4. Draw is fine.
Yeah.
He could bail out later in this line we're talking about with g takes h4 if he really started getting worried.
Yeah, it's not like black is at risk at any point here. Here, then you have to stop the h-pawn and then the b-pawn's running.
Yeah. What I'm saying is you can just go for this, and if you have a change of heart, you can take. The leading Swedish grandmaster from Malmö but lives in Copenhagen in Denmark, trying to make a decision here. Do you see that TV show, The Bridge?
Ah, no. I'll skip this one.
It's a Swedish crime show. It's very good, especially season 1. I can't confirm this, but it plays in Malmö and Copenhagen. Malmö is in Sweden, Copenhagen is in Denmark. They find a corpse in the middle of the bridge, so both the Swedes and the Danish have to investigate. And I'm not saying Nils was involved, I'm just saying he used to live in Malmö, he's now in Copenhagen. Could be a coincidence. I do not know.
Yeah. So, wait, something happened on Divia's board. Kourkoulos played rook d1 and rook to b4 was not great, apparently.
Now, not only is she in trouble, but also all
winning chances are completely gone.
Disappeared.
As
just take.
Yeah, the bishops are traded and then
rook back.
Take that, go back to d5, and you'll take on d6 if you need to.
Good showing by the Women's World Cup winner, but it will be Kourkoulos-Arditis
who goes through,
making it through.
Something that I was not sure about the results. Georg Meyer, representing Uruguay, by the way, that's surprising to me. He did win his game. He did win.
You? Georg Meyer won first game, drew second, so he's through.
Yeah.
once again. Math time. How many tie breaks
do we have
incoming, more or less? Oh,
all the way up to
fixed
15,
some
I
button.
believe.
I'll fix it.
All the way up to 15, I believe.
What was our forecast? 13, right? Maybe it was low.
Yeah.
It feels like there's more coming.
Yeah. Wait. So basically I have to look for... no. There is no cross table to be able to tell immediately. It's quite confusing.
Oh, and see, Nils made a draw. Took the pawn. Decided not to bother. Look at the guy, he's completely finished. No friendly chit-chat today, eh, Nils? You win, it's all fun and games. I'm kidding.
But yeah.
Nils is a very friendly guy. And Damash. We'll be very pleased with his showing here. Got a draw. Got eliminated, but he was outrated by, like, whatever, 500 points. So he won't go home too upset. And neither will we, because Ketty will inform us about the one spectacular game that we haven't covered in a minute, while we keep scanning here.
You keep scanning, fishing for something, for some sort of action.
I was looking for some action, but all I found were cigarettes and alcohol.
Mendonca, there is action.
Luke Leon.
Yes. And he almost made his way out of trouble, and I think now he's back in it.
Oof.
So rookie 4.
Okay, he's still in trouble. Let's see what Ketty has to offer us. Which game is that?
You guys, you asked for action. Here we have the action. The game has already finished, but it was really nice one. We have Salem, great master from UAE, everyone's favorite chess player. His opponent was a Japanese international master, Tran Tang 2. I hope I pronounced the name correctly. He had really good position with black pieces. Look at this rook on the second rug, knight being in the center. He made this move, queen to g4. This is fine move, but after Salem tried to open up the position and look for some excitement here, now black made a crucial mistake and he played f5, which is actually not so bad move if you don't know white's next move, which is d6, and white is trying to break through the center. Instead of that, if black just took this pawn on e6, that would be a really good position for black and a chance to win this game. However, we can see what happened afterwards. Now black had to take this pawn, and we do have queen to e3. And if we take a moment, this queen is actually here stacked. Queen is supporting the e pawn. After h3, now there is this move, queen to g5, and this queen goes all the way to f6. Now the pawn drops with a check, and rook to g8 is a serious threat. After rook to g8, together with the knight d5, it's going to be a checkmate. So black played the only move here to avoid the rook to g8 move, and here we have knight d5. Very powerful move. The threat is actually very simple. Rook to g8, rook sacrifice. You're forced to take it. Let's just show that. Rook to g8, queen takes, and knight to f6 fork. So there was a threat, and because of that, black played rook to e2 to attack the queen. But here Salem did not really bother himself to move the queen. Instead, he played the only move here, rook to a1. Any other move, engine says, is not so good for white. This is the best move. And basically here, there is a checkmate threat on the background, right? If I just take here, there will be rook to a8 checkmate together with the pawn, knight, and the rook. That's a beautiful net that these pieces are creating. So after the rook to a1 here, black is simply hopeless. He decided to get rid of the e6 pawn, but now everything just falls apart, and white here has extra rook. They have played more moves. This game got my attention because when I was in the playing venue, I saw here Japanese international master. He was, he was making some faces, he was making some, noises. He was really, really, really upset. Salem was really cool and chill, and he was like, okay, I got it today. That could be a really good chance for Black to try to come back in this match, but yeah, that was it.
I can't do. The stronger player often does come through, even some trouble. If I recall, Salem was also in trouble yesterday, so two chances missed by his opponent.
Yes, well, I always wonder what could be the reason of making mistakes like that. Was it time pressure? Because we have 37 move here, just 3 moves away to 40 moves where the players have extra 30 minutes. Is it natural move to just, keep the pawns on the king side?
I would guess, to me, without engine, it wouldn't be obvious at all that f5 is a bad move. Like this d6, the counterplay seems to be in time, but also f takes e6 if you're not sure. It doesn't look obvious that black is better there all of a sudden, so no, I think it's sort of
I wonder what happens
mistakes.
after d takes c6.
Yeah, now you have to play king h7, which is another tough move, so no, I'm sure he'll be upset, especially finding out with computer, but it doesn't look like he did anything too stupid, so no, I think he played 2 good games, and Salem maybe with slightly better overview in the time troubles and tricked him, but also his style. He's very sharp, very
he's a very
tricky,
experienced
so
chess player, and he gets.
I wasn't aware he's everyone's favorite chess player, even according to you. But no.
Oh, he is.
And a lot of volatility in his games, right?
Indian chess fans, if you disagree and Salem is not your favorite chess player,
you can comment under a video.
Or you can comment after you subscribe.
Yeah, you have to do that, guys. Let us know if he is or not. But yeah, very tricky player, and I really enjoyed to see this game, actually.
Yeah, thank you so much, Katy, for the update. And I'm being told we should update you guys on the results and then go home, because Nils can't have dinner without us.
Yeah, so as you can see almost empty playing hall. Faustino Oro made a draw, I think, right?
They're still making moves.
Oh, they're still making moves.
Check while you're checking the results.
Yeah, so the results, well, you can see on the screen something to note. Yeah, Jeffery Xiong had a hard match, but eventually won. Nils Grandelius obviously had a very, very hard match today, almost missed the dinner. What else? But there will be some tiebreaks played tomorrow, so I think what we have to discuss a little bit is a format for the tiebreak before we will do it tomorrow as well, but to remind our viewers what's going to be happening tomorrow, to provide them the valid reason to show up tomorrow.
Tiebreaks are the most exciting part of the tournament. So throughout the tournament, it's going to be 2 classical games. We've seen one yesterday, one today. Then if score is 1-1, goes to tiebreak to determine a winner. And there you have it. It's 2 15+10 games. Once again, if the score is 1-1, that can be 2 draws, of course, or 1 win each. It's 2 more games, 10+10. You get the idea. Still 1-1.
5+3.
5+3. 3 so 1-1, 3+2. Then how does the Armageddon work?
This is a brilliant question, because I always thought it was like the good old-fashioned Armageddon where you just get
5 versus 4. No.
Yeah, it used to be. I think let's dive into history a little bit. It used to be 5 versus 4, and it used to be 6 versus 5 in some cases. So basically, white is getting an extra minute, no increment whatsoever. Then later they've changed the thing to increment after move 60. And black gets the draw. Basically the game that cannot finish in the draw because black wins in this case.
So it means you got to end the match, so we need a 1-game decider. The way they do it in chess is if white wins, he's through. If black wins or gets a draw, he wins, but black has to compromise with the time.
So
they
now
changed it.
The bidding Armageddon, from what I understand, the basis time is 4 4+2. So you get 4+2, I get 4+2, and then you want to play black, you want to draw odds, and you are bidding.
Basically, white always gets 4+2, no matter what happens, and I think both can write down what time they would accept with black. So
and then
I'll play with black with 2 minutes plus the 2 seconds per move.
Yeah.
Then if you write 1 minute plus the 2 seconds per move, then you
say
get
welcome.
Black.
Yeah.
So the lower time gets black and the higher time plays with white. It's going to be interesting to see because you have these 2 extra seconds which make a big difference. You can't get flagged and it even gives you some thinking time. How low people will go, I don't know.
Yeah,
sweet spot is if it is 2 minutes, 3, 1.5. It's going to be interesting to see.
Will somebody go crazy and say like 30 seconds? Because,
0,
you know,
2 seconds you can make a move.
Yeah.
I mean, 0 is a bit much, but yeah. I'm curious to see how it's going to play out. But we have to wait till tomorrow, and of course, we're also not guaranteed.
The Armageddon is like a way at the end of the series of matches. But yeah, it'll be fun.
Very much so. This was fun. If you're looking for your favorite chess players, and they're not Salem, but Keimer, Gukesh, Giri, they won't be here tomorrow either, but the day after tomorrow, they are coming. Hang in there. We thank you so much for hanging in today. Thank you so much to all the partners of this event that made this beautiful tournament here in India, in Goa possible. You have to, in order to watch the show tomorrow, actually, you have to like and subscribe the FIDE YouTube channel. That is the way. FIDE Chess. You can also do it just to support this little program. Thank you so much, Miro. No thanks to this chair. I've had enough. We need a new chair. Come on, guys.
Okay, guys. See you tomorrow.